Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Beatrice Garza, moderator of the program. Welcome to this new event promoted by the non-profit cultural association, the PROGRESS TIME, with the high patronage of the Sapienza University of Rome, the Federico II University of Naples, the Australian Embassy in Italy, the National Inter-University Consortium for Informatics, and the Future Artificial Intelligence Research. The president of the association, Mrs. Barbara Ganetti, sends her apology for not being here due to unforeseen commitments and greets all the participants in presence and in streaming, thanking them for their cooperation. The association vice president, Mr. Ivan De Stefano, will attend. Today's event is proposed as a new multidisciplinary stage that promotes dialogue between science, technology, tourism, and businesses, analyzing with expert researchers and academics from various parts of the world the cultural and speculative aspects related to the use of AI. In view of the program full of intervention and in order to guarantee equal time, we will notify the speakers 2 minutes before the time runs out so that they can come to the conclusion. At 12:30, there will be a short 15-minute coffee break, which you can do outside Casa della Cultura as we cannot serve food and beverage inside the room. At 1:45, we will review the presentation of the Chamber of Cooperation and Innovative Business Incubators until the end of the work. Wishing you a good start, we are happy to leave the floor to Dr. Alessandra Ferraris, Head of Science and Innovation Team, representative of the British Embassy in Rome and British General Consulate in Milan, Italy, who will give a welcome message and the start of work.
Hark, esteemed assembly of learned minds. In this realm of knowledge, diverse and bright, I stand before you, gratitude that binds, to thank the PROGRESS TIME, beacons of light. With joyous heart, we gather here today, a tapestry of intellect, colors blend, in this grand hall where ideas hold sway. To explore AI, our shared path ascend. Forsooth, to academia and business entwined, I bid thee welcome, noble audience refined. Surprised? Even I, someone with no literary skills at all, can sound like Shakespeare the Bard, with a little help from my friend ChatGPT. It is simply amazing how versatile and powerful large language models have become, one of the most accessible outputs of AI development. Like Prometheus giving fire to mankind, AI is providing us with unprecedented power and challenges us with making good use of it. As the pervasiveness and versatility of AI applications can potentially benefit societies at large, its power must be harnessed safely and ethically to manage disruption and avoid misuse. Many risks arising from AI are inherently international in nature and so are best addressed through multilateral cooperation. This is stated in the Bletchley Declaration, signed by 28 countries and the European Union this November at the first AI Safety Summit, which British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak convened. The summit has been the first grouping with all the right actors needed to agree a path forward for the safe development of AI globally. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni attended in person and has committed to putting the artificial intelligence safety at the center of her G7 agenda next year. It is indeed a great outcome that in just 6 months, another virtual AI safety meeting will be convened by the UK together with the Republic of Korea, and France will host the next in-person summit in around 12 months. At least 5 other states expressed interest in hosting future iterations of the summit. Some leading AI countries who attended agreed to support safety testing of AI models, investing in public sector capability, and cooperating internationally in this effort. The UK started by launching an AI Safety Institute, committing to sharing its research outputs for global benefit. Particular safety risks arise at the frontier of AI, especially in domains with such as cybersecurity and biotechnology, as well as risks such as disinformation, like me pretending to be Shakespeare. Actors developing frontier AI capabilities have a particularly strong responsibility, and companies, civil society, and academia will need to work together to ensure AI is safe. This global effort is well represented by the support to an independent and inclusive State of the Science report on AI risk that award-winning scientist Joshua Benjo will chair. He will be advised by an expert advisory panel of participating states and multilateral organizations, ensuring that this is really a global and shared effort. Also acknowledging the critical importance of scientific cooperation, the Bletchley Declaration provides for the creation of an internationally inclusive research network on frontier AI safety. In this regard, I am very pleased to mention that even before the summit this May, the British Embassy launched a fund to support the exchange of researchers between Italy and the United Kingdom in trustworthy AI, in collaboration with the Alan Turing Institute and Fondazione FAIR, which is represented here today. I also would like to highlight that Angelo Cangelosi, who will speak later this morning, has been one of the catalysts of this project. We trust this exchange will be conducive to strengthening cooperation between our countries, and it is a model that we are aiming to replicate also with other partners. As UK Government Science and Innovation Network, we are committed to encouraging and supporting international research collaboration, and I am very pleased to have given my small contribution to what looks like a very promising and multifaceted discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are delighted to introduce Professor Ernesto Damiani, full professor at the University of Study of Milan in Italy and president of the National Inter-University Informatics Consortium. Topic covered: large language models, potential and implication on digital sovereignty.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Okay. Thank you. So, I hope this works. Yeah, it's working. So first of all, thank you very much for having me at this meeting. And basically, this topic is a topic of interest for the entire scientific community, but also even more, it's a topic of interest for the business world, the government agencies, everybody, and especially in the framework of the new situation, which is being is developing at the international level, because we are going to deploy massive deployment of large language model. And this massive deployment happens in a number of regions, in a number of countries, and by a number of operators, which may have different agendas. So what I would like in this short time that I have is to highlight a few of the opportunities, but even more of the threats, because everybody talks about the opportunities. So I don't think you want to hear the opportunities too much from me. Let's talk a little bit about the threats, because every opportunity may also introduce some sort of a danger. So I don't know how I can move. Okay, like this. So I would like to focus on one topic specifically: delegating our decisions to AI. And you will hear the other speakers later, a number of decisions. The decisions, for example, how to coordinate a group that needs to achieve a common goal. This is a set of decisions that needs to be taken. Or the decision of a person, the decision of a manager about the employees. I will use that type of example. So we have been moving, even before the large language models, we have been moving from qualitative decision-making, gut feeling, maybe based on some data, but the data were mostly something to confirm the gut feelings, to quantitative decision-making and algorithmic decision-making. These type of decisions are taken every day, promoting people, deciding where to go on holiday. All these type of things have become more and more a matter of applying algorithms to data. So quantitative decision making. And the problem is that normally when you do quantitative decision making about any practical problem, be it at a personal level or at the level of an organization or of a country, you end up with the notion that you are trying in your decision to optimize at the same time multiple objectives. We humans are not that good at doing that. Maybe machines are better than us, especially if you have many objectives, and all these objectives need to be satisfied simultaneously. And even more now today, the promise of AI is that AI will provide us a way to achieve multi-objective optimization to make sensible decision, which is something that we've been looking for decades. And even traditional algorithmic methods don't deliver it entirely. So if I can go to the next slide. Well, you see, I would like to give you three possible ways of looking at this promise. The first one is the simplest one, is the skeptical. And the skeptical position is still here, even if there are less people willing to voice it in public. But still the skeptical position is all this AI stuff in the end will be useless. We'd better to remember that decision-making is much more than algorithms, is much more than a logical inference, is much more than machine learning. There's a lot of type of aspects that basically we don't consider when we try to reduce decision-making to just the quantitative part. Then the second is the assistive position. Well, maybe there's usage for AI in assisting the humans in making decisions relevant for themselves, but we need just to assist a human. There must always be someone in control. And then there's the replacement position. The replacement position is, the one that you see in science fiction movies, where some intelligent AI will basically rule and the humans will be put in the role of followers. So let's take a quick look at these three positions. Going to the next slides. So you see, the skeptical position, I don't want to say too much, but there is a strong argument. Decision-making is not just applying a formula, and the decision-making is not just applying some sort of AI inference. It's more than that, and we need to never to forget about that part. So humans should stay as the owners, as the liability pole for all the decisions. The enhancement position, well, the enhancement position is the one that I like most, frankly speaking, but this is my personal taste. Basically, you will be stronger with AI at your side, but this is not, you shouldn't hide behind that. And then we have the replacement position in which, well, we are all ready to have the new boss. The new boss will be the AI boss, and he will tell us what to do. And basically, if you have seen Elon Musk, we saw them in Dubai when he visited, but even recently in Rome, he seems to warn us, beware. There will be a moment in which a lot of the decisions will be taken by models. If not, due to the time, latency of decisions becomes very, very small. So you can't afford to have the human in the loop. You need, the only moment in which the human will be able to influence the decision is when the model is prepared. But once the model is deployed, the model will decide and will replace the human decision maker. Okay, so these are the three views. And even if we take the most extremistic one, I will come at the extreme one. I will come to this notion of anyway, we wanted to make sure that the decisions are taken in a responsible way. So what does it mean that let me give you an example. You have to decide whether you will take the train or the plane to go to a certain destination. And you know that if you are taking the train, you are more likely, I don't want to say in Italy, but you're more likely to arrive late. On the other hand, the train, in a sense, is a more sustainable choice. Suppose that you are a researcher, you are someone who works in sustainability, and well, you have these two types of decisions to make, whether you go by plane, be pretty sure that you'll be there in time, but have a footprint, a carbon footprint, which is higher. So this decision is responsible. If you take optimization, well, the notion of being able to optimize with respect to the spirit of sustainability is the one of the examples in which I tell you that it's quite difficult to express it through a quantitative optimization objective. While the arriving early or arriving on time is quite easy to express as a quantitative objective. So how can we have, even in the assistive and even more in the replacement scenario, how can we have the AI to decide responsibly if the only moment in which we can, influence the decision is the moment we are preparing the model, not at the moment in which the model will take the decision, because that is too short. We can't interfere then. We can only interfere when the model will be prepared. This is why regulatory battles are so important in AI, because the only moment is to act in which you can influence the AI decision is before, when you prepare the model. Okay, so the humans are capable of taking this type of decisions. These decisions are certainly something that I don't want to go into this because I don't have the time, but the humans are trying to find a solution when they take a decision in which basically they are trying to make sure that you find the decision that will satisfy the needs of the highest number of people. And if you move the solution, you will make someone happy, but more than one will be unhappy of the change. So this is called the Pareto frontier, in a sense. And what we are trying to do these days is to understand whether we can find a way to have our models to learn making optimizing decisions while taking into account the notion of satisfying people in a responsible way. Let me skip this stuff. This is a guy who decided, a CNR researcher in Italy, who decided to travel using a train and land transportation all the way from Asia to Italy. And he arrived 1 week after the meeting he was supposed to be part of. And he was laid off, or at least they sort of mentioned that he could be fired just because of that. And he said, but I took the most responsible option. So once again, you see, responsibility in the decision is a very important topic that we need to introduce when we prepare a model. So that's a funny example, but not for him. So 1 minute more. All this I said doesn't really concern large language models, but large language models have entered in 2023, actually. It's so short the time. Yeah, incredible that we are all talking about ChatGPT and the large language models, and they just entered the scenario. So what is different in optimizing, taking decision using the LLMs with respect to taking the decision using a normal neural network as an optimizer? So there is a difference. Yes, of course, there is a difference because these type of models are generative models that basically were born to complete an initial prompt that we give them. So the type of inference they are making is what best completes, what best answers, what is the best reaction to a given statement. So it's not explicitly an optimizer. The optimization is in the best response. So now let's take a look at what they promise. How are we using that for decision making? It's different than using an assistive optimizer. We are asking the guy. And I was fascinated by the introductory talk in which the ChatGPT was asked, please help me to be like Shakespeare, right? So you see, the promise is that we will ask the solution in words, and we will get the solution in words. So that's a different promise than running an optimizer, which is actually a calculating machine that will give me the right setting of numerical variables. So this is the promise. We ask the guy and he will tell us what to do. But remember, he's not solving an optimization problem, or better, it is solving an optimization problem that is how best can I answer based on my knowledge. It's not what is the best considerable solution for the problem that I'm getting. So, there are opportunities and threats. First of all, everybody can use the optimizer. Ask ChatGPT, how can you write a love letter? You get it. Ask ChatGPT, how can you make a good decision in terms of a business problem? You will get advice. So you are getting the large language model is the easiest way to tap into AI. And it can be assistive because you talk to you can even pretend you didn't, like my students. They all pretend they don't use it, right? While they are using it, exactly. So the advantage is that this can be pervasive at a really low cost, especially if you think that a lot of those models are open source. And you can really, we have in the UAE, we have several of those models that have been developed and are now available. But if you go to OpenAI website, you can download your own ChatGPT and keep it on your network, on your company network. 40 gigabytes, the footprint. Doable, no problem. It's a big disk. What is the problem? First of all, what type of advice are you getting? Who told the model to answer like that? How can we trust the model? Even if we think of the good faith of the training, there can be counterfactuals. The training can be defective. The model can give me the wrong advice. So I have a big problem in how can we guarantee that the answers that I'm getting, and this is why I see assistive is the best, because you cannot renounce the responsibility of looking at that advice twice yourself. You cannot use replacement model with large language models. Still, and this is my last slide, is a digital, and it's a little bit defective in terms of the font size, but next time I will try to do better. But still, you know, the notion, this is why we need a way. And remember that our notion of the quality of the advice we are getting from ChatGPT is a culture specific, is a context specific notion. The advice that's good for me is not the advice that is good for you. Where I say good is the non-numerical type of concerns that I tried to voice before. So we are all looking, and also I appreciated that we started. I mean, the UK was one of the first entities worldwide to understand this problem, that we are going to use decision-making help in a new way with the large language models. So the control over the training, or at least some monitoring, international monitoring over the training of the models, and then we see the UAE as follow through, but we have now finally the European Act as well. Although there was a problem because the European Act was written when we still thought of the numerical optimization, not when we thought of to the advice-related optimization that you are getting to large language models. In all cases, we need collective discussion, we need openness, we need transparency. Would you buy your ChatGPT from don't buy candy, don't take candies, don't buy the ChatGPT as a closed proprietary platform. It must be the center of a discussion and of intercultural dialogue. This is very important, I think, and I could go into the technicalities, but I think in the interest of time, it's better to stop here. Thank you very much for listening.
We are now pleased to present in streaming connection Professor Nawaf Almoosa from Khalifa University in Abu Dhabi in United Arab Emirates. Topic covered: AI across borders, understanding social and cultural dynamics.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me well.
The volume.
We need a bit more volume. If you closer to the mic or raise the volume.
Right.
Best.
Okay.
All right, great. So, good morning. And extend my greetings to the esteemed audience. I'm actually so it's truly multicultural event. So I'm from the UAE, and you know, we're presenting to you in Italy, but I actually happen to be at the UK currently. So warm greetings from a very cold London at the moment. And allow me for a second. I think I need to upload my slides. Apologies for that. So while my slides are being updated, I'm a professor at Khalifa University, and I'm also the director of a research center that's a joint venture between Khalifa University and the local telecom operator EN, which is known as Salat, and also British Telecom. So embedded in the in the center, in the DNA of the center that I work with, and in the interactions are multiple cultures that hopefully I can give you a brief glimpse of through the talk today. All right, I think I have my slides ready. Can you see the slides?
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you very much. So this is just a brief introduction of the center. It's called EPTIC. It's also called the Emirates ICT Innovation Center. As I mentioned, it's been founded by Etisalat and British Telecom and Khalifa University, and it's also receives funding from the from the UAE federal government. It is mostly focused on. It is an applied AI center focused on applications overall in ICT and targeting also the sectors, both the public, and the private sector, and academic research. So I'll try to focus my talk on maybe bottom-up examples on and challenges on how to what it entailed to apply machine learning, in a context that has diverse cultures. So in the UAE, UAE is a immensely diverse country. We have almost 200 nationalities from and with that, of course, you have a lot of interactions between different cultures, different languages, different dialects. There is The country has a reasonably advanced ICT infrastructure, which allows for some type of availability of data, but the challenge remains if you to apply machine learning and to understand the unique context of each culture and how it can interact with others. You do need the data, and the data is often is not available. And applying, generic data or open source data doesn't often require, serve the purpose. And I'll give you a few examples based on from our work. So currently, this is an example of a project that we have with the telco operator at Salat. Basically, it's to improving the quality of customer service in call centers. So it requires transcription using machine learning to transcribe, the voice calls and apply, I guess, typical tasks of speaker diarization, and then hoping to, also to apply emotion recognition and improving the quality of customer service. Now, the interesting bit here, I mean, as I mentioned, 100 nationalities. So if we pick Arabic, there are about approximately 422 million speakers of Arabic, currently estimated. But the common language that is used, for all the common denominator is what's called modern standard Arabic. Now, modern standard Arabic is you would find it only on when you open the news. You would find it when you read the newspapers, but actually, most of those speakers they use their own dialect. So when in a spoken context like this, when you have a call center, no, most probably nobody will use modern standard Arabic. So you have to basically collect data, develop data sets for a very very diverse set of dialects. So let me give you an example. I live in a small town in the United Arab Emirates called Ras Al Khaimah. It's almost on the strait. It's on the Straits of Hormuz. I can easily understand somebody from Egypt, which is hundreds of miles away, compared to a local dialect that's half an hour from our home, in my own hometown. So, and these are usually spoken by a limited number of people. And So the challenge, how can you act? So you have to, in order to apply machine learning for something very simple, like the task we have in front, you have actually to collect data sets that is, from that local context, which is really challenging. So that's one example of the challenges that you face, of applying machine learning to understand a culture and get accurate results. And another example that we're involved in is also in developing a genomic machine learning model for the UAE genome. Again, similar similar challenge is that if you use the publicly available genomic data for predictive reasons, for diagnosis, they're built on a different population. And I think there's decent work that has been done to show that there's a gap in the accuracy because of when you apply predictive models from one population to the other. Some nice work done by Dr. Habiba Safar at Khalifa University. So this is an example of, again, you have to basically build your own database, your own data set to achieve the accuracy levels in this case for genetic rooted diagnosis for your own population. I'll also mention some of the work we've done at Khalifa University. So again, it's a unique story here. The UAE Khalifa University was established in 2008, and it was one of the first co-ed government co-educational institutions in the UAE. So it was a new experience, a new experiment. I mean, there are a lot of private universities in the UAE that are co-ed, but the first one in the government co-ed was Khalifa University. So there's a lot of there was an interest in also understanding the dynamics when, especially because the majority of our undergraduate population in the university is from the UAE, Emirati or UAE nationals, which they come from a specific context. The society is, of course, modern, but there's a little bit, a bit conservative socially. So how do you, when you mix the students, especially if they work together on a project, what is the ideal, what is the impact on the formation of the teams, for example? So this is one of the works that we have done, where we have, we evaluated the dynamics and the performance when you have only female teams or male teams and mixed groups. So you can see there are some interesting findings where we have between the different formations. But I can also say, again, this is unique to and that the majority, which is kind of counterintuitive compared to other countries, that the majority of our students in STEM are actually female. So that also presents a different context, and maybe what you infer based on data from other contexts would not apply. So I'll probably, in the interest of time, I don't know how much time I have, but I will pause at this moment, and I would like to thank you, and I hope I give you a very short snapshot about some of the challenges that you face when you apply machine learning to understand a local context, local cultural context, especially in terms of the data needed for that. And thank you very much.
We are pleased to introduce Professor Giulia De Masi from Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. Topic covered: collective artificial intelligence, how robots cooperate to perform complex missions.
So thank you so much, first of all, for this initiative and for inviting me. And thank you for the introduction. Usually when we think about robots, we think to individual robots, maybe humanoids, that they can act on our social environment or even underwater. So essentially all these robots have a very sophisticated artificial intelligence running on board. But if we observe to nature, in the reality we observe many cases of cooperation, right? So for instance, we can think to biology, and in biology we have these very tiny animals like ants that they are able to transport very heavy objects because they collaborate. Or also they can construct bridges, or they can build these amazing building infrastructures like mounds or nests. But also in the society, if we think about, there are so many examples of cooperation among people. So first of all, for instance, Wikipedia. Wikipedia is a spontaneous cooperation of researchers or people in the reality everywhere in the world. Or also crowdsourcing. So even for commercial applications nowadays, we rely on the cooperation among many people. And then also in opinion formation, the social media, there is the cooperation due to the exchange of ideas of many individuals. So the question is why in nature many species evolved strengthening their collaboration, their cooperation task. And the question that we want to try to answer is that if there is an additional intelligence emerging from cooperation, and can artificial systems be smarter together? So it's very hard to define what is intelligence, but we can say that somehow can be related to the number of neurons. So if we observe a newborn human baby, he has around 10 to 10 neurons, while an ant, it has 10 to 5 neurons. So it means 5 orders of magnitudes less. So what we can think is that in many cases, in the reality, nature developed the collective intelligence as a way to allow communities of very simple individuals, like ants, for instance, to achieve tasks that a single individual could never achieve. And what we can observe is that the emergence of an intelligence of a group that is behaving like a superorganism. So here there is a nice picture where by chance, if you want, there is a flock of birds taking the shape on that specific snapshot of a big bird. So in the reality, the community of these individuals that are cooperating very actively is creating a kind of a superorganism with a super brain. And example of these in nature are, for instance, in the bridges built by ants, or the choice of the best foraging field by bees, or the defense from predators by school of fishes, of building structures like termites. So if we want to say what is collective intelligence, essentially is the intelligence shown by a group of people, animals, or robots, as we will say today, without any central coordinator or central leader, as a result of the interaction and collaboration among individuals. And we want to transfer what we observe in biology or in the society, we want to transfer in engineering. So the natural applications are cyber-physical systems and IoT, and swarm of robots. So a swarm of robots essentially is my field, and we may ask what is a swarm of robot? Is a large number of relatively simple robots designed to have a desired collective behavior almost completely autonomously and only using their individual intelligence, which is running on board of the single robot, and the local interaction and the continuous communications and exchange of ideas with the neighboring robots and with the environment. Here you can see one is the most famous application, so a swarm of robots, of these extremely tiny robots, 3 centimeters big, they're called kilobots, and it was a swarm of 1,000, but we have other kind of swarm of robots underwater and for aerial applications and terrestrial. This is definitely one of the main fields of robotics developing in the next decade. And this is also an example of multiculturality, if you want, in the scientific field, because there is the participation of scientists coming from many different fields, from physics, biology, engineering, computer science, network science. Each one of them has a different language, and somehow they have to communicate and, of course, to cooperate in order to progress in this discipline. This kind of technique can be extremely useful in specific applications like in post-earthquake scenarios or post-tsunami scenarios, where the communication infrastructures usually is off after these big events. And so to have a system of autonomous robots able to go and patrol a specific area or identify a victim and then report this information to a base station can be extremely useful. So why, there is some problem with the format of it, is okay. So why essentially a swarm can be better of a very big and high skillful robot. So first of all, it's more resilient because if one of these drones is failing, the mission can still be accomplished. It's more flexible in the sense that it can adapt to complex scenarios, but also it can adapt to changes of the environment. It's able, of course, to cover very wide areas, and it has improved sensing capabilities, at least because of the numerosity, because there are many. So, of course, they can sense a very large environment. These kind of systems are more scalable because the intelligence is running on the single robot, and they are cheaper in the sense that the mission can still continue, even if one of the robots is failing. So the failure of the robot doesn't imply the cost of the mission. Of course, there are so many problems still open, and this is why we don't see swarms everywhere. There is the typical dilemma, decentralization versus centralization, that in fact, from engineering perspective, is very interesting. And then, of course, from a practical perspective, it's quite complicated, let's say, to deploy and retrieve a big number of robots and also to charge continuously them. So, but the big problem that can be also interesting today about a swarm of robots is the problem related to reproducibility, verification, and validation. So, first of all, reproducibility. As you can imagine, to have this autonomous system of drones interacting each other and taking decisions is quite hard to be controlled. And it's also quite hard to reproduce the experiment because it's highly affected by noise. The noise is coming from the environment, or it can come from the communication between the robots, for instance. And then, of course, other problems are there, like it can be a possible failure of a sensor, failure of a software, failure of the hardware. But what is mostly relevant for us is the failure of the collaboration. So, of course, we need to define some control rule in this collaboration between the robots, but usually as human beings, we are not really able to a priori define all the possible scenarios. So sometimes we observe some behaviors that we didn't expect. So in this kind of system, it's very important to apply the procedures of V&V, so verification and validation, where the verification has the objective to gain confidence on the correctness of a system with respect to its original specifications, and the validation is to assess the correctness of the system when it's deployed on the target environment. And in the case of this swarm of robots, of course, we want to target this scalable V&V. And then also related to this, there are so many ethical aspects. So nowadays, of course, the problem of ethics is so relevant that also the standards from the biggest organization, like a British Standard or IEEE, are taking care of the aspect of ethics. Many standards, of course, they consider the ethical issues around the design or the development or the deployment of this system of robots. But also it's important to remember that any physical hazard in the reality can result in fear or stress, which are psychological hazards. And so at the end, these safety design features are inherently part of the ethical design of the system. So it's of primary importance to develop this ethical risk assessment. And what also has been clearly defined is that the ethical risk of a robot should not be higher than the risk of a human operator performing the same action. So a robot, of course, can be applied only if it's really beneficial, but if the risk is higher than that of a human being, it's much better to rely on the solution provided by the human being. And what is very relevant also to follow up to what Professor Damiani was saying before is that, of course, there are learning robots which are taking decisions. So the point also in a swarm is that robots that are identical originally may learn in different way from the environment and from the cooperation with the other robots. And therefore, they act differently from each other. They take different decisions and pose different risks. So this is again an evidence of the importance of verification and validation, which are not only engineering procedures to guarantee safety, but in the reality they are also very important from an ethical perspective. In general, autonomous systems like either a single drone or even more a cooperative system of drones, in the reality are prone to do unexpected actions and they make decisions. So it is necessary to consider both what the system does and why it makes a particular decisions. And in this sense, there is the requirement of system transparency, as also Professor Damiani was saying before. So in particular, the transparency concerning the decisions made and the actions taken. Together with transparency, of course, is very important the explainability. So the basis of a particular autonomous or intelligent system decision should always be discoverable. And in this sense, also, IEEE developed a standard on transparency in autonomous systems that, of course, will be the cornerstone for the deployment of these systems in the future. Sorry, there is a... Okay. No, I remember another slide before, but maybe no. Okay. Yeah, so, and then, of course, there is a multicultural perspective that I don't know why I don't see here. It's very weird. Okay, so of course, when we talk about multiculturality, it's of primary importance, first of all, to defend the values of different populations, because of course, different communities, different countries, different populations can have different types of values. So as a Western perspective, we are always very much worried about the control of a robot. So when we talk about ethical implications of the deployment of robots in the society, we always are so much feared and we care a lot about control. But maybe the control can be not really the most important topic for a different country that maybe has a different vision also of the life. Of course, in AI, there are also some intrinsic, there is a risk of bias for multiculturality, because usually it's based on some data set that they are collected essentially in advance. And this data set can be affected by the country, for instance, where they are collected. So how can we make some robots really multicultural? That really essentially in their deployment, so when they act, essentially they are really above the specific country, and that they can really take actions which are beneficial for different type of countries. So, and finally, I would like to conclude with this slide, which is an example of multiculturality in action. So this is a real swarm. It's this H-surface, the heterogeneous swarm of underwater robotic fish that I'm leading in Abu Dhabi. And this is a very fruitful collaboration between different countries, Italy and the United Arab Emirates. It's this collaboration between a Technology Innovation Institute, Khalifa University, and Sant'Anna. So essentially, this is a good example of to start new projects on a multi-country based. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. I ask you to wait 2 minutes to charge the materials.
Okay, good morning to everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this very interesting morning. And so the title of my presentation is Human-Centered AI, Insight and Tales from Italian and European Projects. In this case, I both represent my university, the University of Naples Federico II, and also the FAIR Foundation, since this presentation is divided in two main parts. In the first one, I'll talk about the FAIR project, and which is mainly devoted to research and innovation. While in the second part, I'll talk for another project, which is an European project. More precisely, I'll talk about a set of different projects funded by the European Commission, and among them, one of this project is there is also the University of Naples as partner, and they are instead related to education. So we will pass from the research point of view to the educational point of view. Okay. So, as I said, FAIR is an acronym for Future Artificial Intelligence Research, which is a project funded by our ministry, and the contest is a call which was in March 2022, related to the creation of a partnerships, extended university, research center, and companies for financing some basic research projects. And it is under the National Recovery and Resilience Plan of Italy. So the main aim is to create several extended partnerships with respect to 14 thematic areas. Our project is in the thematic area number 1, artificial intelligence foundational aspects. So in order to answer the call, the CNR, the Consiglio Nazionale di Ricerche in Italy, was the coordinator of this partnership for a proposal named, as I said, Future AI Research. This partnership was funded by the National Recovery and Resilience Plan with 114.5 million euros. And the other important point is that at least 40% of the budget is reserved to the southern region of Italy. We started our activity on January the 1st this year, and the coordination is given by the foundation, the Future AI Research Foundation, the FAIR Foundation. So FAIR is a public-private foundation, as I said. In the board of directors, there is the president, who is Giuseppe De Pietro by CNR. I'm the vice president of the foundation, and there are also other 3 members. One of them belongs to the CINI consortium. So there is also a scientific technical committee, whose main aim is to give the advice, to advise the whole project from a scientific point of view, and the president is once again from CNR and is Professor Marco Conti. There are also other 18 members from the public and private part of partnership of the project itself. There is also a general assembly, but we can skip this part. So what are the scientific partners of the project? We have 12 public institutions that are controlled by MUR, the Ministry of University and Research in Italy, other 6 public-private institutions, I'll talk about them later, and also 7 companies. So this is the distribution of all the partners within Italy. So as you can see, more or less all the region of Italy are covered by a specific partner of the project. You can also see how the different companies are located along our country. Another important point is the critical mass. This project has a critical mass of 350 researchers, and above them there are also several researchers, more or less 150 other researchers that must be enrolled in the process, in the program. So it's a very big project whose duration is 3 years. Okay, the members of the FAIR Foundation are the public institutions that are part of the project, and almost all the other public or private institutions, and almost all the companies. There are also 2 other members, the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia and the CINI consortium, that are only members of the foundation. There are no partner of the spokes of the foundation of the project. Sorry. So the aims of our partnership. They are mainly related to our national strategic program. As you maybe know, this program should be updated in a few weeks. There is a commission which is working in order to update our strategic program on AI. Anyway, since the project, the proposal ended in 2022, by following our actual strategic program on AI, the aim is, as I said, is to advance the research in AI, to reduce the fragmentation in order to have the whole community on AI should cooperate in order to give a real advance of the research in Italy. An important point is to create AI which is human-centered, trustworthy, and sustainable. So the human-centric perspective of AI is very present in this project. As I'll show you later, there is a specific spoke which is related to human-centered AI. Obviously, we want also to develop new AI technology, even if the main goal is related to foundational aspects, but as I will show you in a while, there is also the need of innovate from a technological point of view. So there is also there are also links to the to market and to the companies. And at the end, we want to make Italy a global research and innovation hub of AI by means of this project. As regards the foundational part, we want, as I said, to build AI system that can interact and collaborate with humans, that perceive and act with evolving contexts, maybe also adversarial contexts. So they should be able to adapt to new situations. They have to interact in complex social settings. They must be aware of the perimeters of security and trust, and they also should be attentive to environmental and social impacts that relate to an AI system. So another important point is that the research approach followed by the project is necessarily a multidisciplinary one. So it is, as I also show in a while, there is also several, the so-called, we call it the transversal project. We are explicitly devoted to the social, ethical aspects of AI. So the model is the one with hub and spokes. So each spoke is led by a specific university, and each spoke is a thematic one. So here there are all the different teams for each spoke. You can see all of them. As I said, human-centered AI is present in the first spoke, which is led by University of Pisa. But anyway, the social aspects are related to several spokes. Another important point, as I said, is the so-called transversal project, which are the links for different researchers from different universities in order to work together on a specific thematic. So, for example, the first one, the transversal project number one, is named Legal and Ethical Design of a Trustworthy AI System. So it is mostly related to the first three spoke, the blue spoke in this picture, but also other spoke are interested in this project. Also, our spoke, we are in the spoke number 3, which is in the set of the spoke related to robustness of AI. But anyway, we are also interested in the resilient AI system from a legal and a social point of view. As I said, there is also room for innovation for sure. And then here is the list of the industrial partner of the foundation, and you can see all of them. And another important point is that we want the main goal, from my point of view, is to create at the end a real ecosystem, a real Italian ecosystem in AI. So we want to involve several entities. During the project, we collected several letters of interest from several public and also private partners. And in order to foster this collaboration, we will use the system related to the project itself of the so-called cascade call. So there will be two main types of cascade calls. The first one are related to basic research activities. So the recipient in this case are the university and research center. Most of these kind of calls are already open. So maybe by the end of this year and the end of January, most of the call will close. And then we will involve several other universities and research centers in Italy in order to reach our goal to make a real new ecosystem in Italy. But it's also important to note that there are another set of cascade calls that are whose participants are only the company and the industries. There are 3 different types: cascade call for use cases, technology validation and testing, and hosting grants. But it is important that in both cases, the amount of money is quite significant. We have 18 million euros for the basic research activity calls and 17 million euros for the industrial calls. Finally, and then I'll go to the second part, I want to highlight the fact that we also are interested in collaborating with other countries for sure, even if the project is mainly an Italian project. And in order to do that, we already set an agreement also with the advice of the Cini Lab Artificial Intelligence System with the Alan Turing Institute in London. So the project will fund 12 researchers that working in an Italian research institution in order to permit them to spend a short stay period in mobility in the UK in one of the university or research centers that are affiliated to the Alan Turing Institute. Okay, so this is the Italian and the research part of my talk. Quite briefly, I'll pass to the second part, which is related to the European project and to the so-called AI literacy. Obviously, in this case, we will all only consider a part of the educational related to the AI. This call was opened in 2020 and is a call by the Connecting European Facility Telecom program, whose aim is to fund a set of projects whose aim is to set up a master program in AI, in human-centered AI. So a quite important point is that all the funded proposals have an Italian member. So as you can see, the first one has the Polytechnic of Milan as a member, the second one as UNINA, our University of Naples, as a partner, the third one, the University of Bologna, and the fourth one, the University of Pavia. So this 4 program gave rise to 4 masters in artificial intelligence, in human-centered artificial intelligence. You can see with this link all the details. I'll talk very briefly about our program. The name of our master is Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. We now are at the 2nd edition of the master. And an important point is that the call required that as partners, there will be several universities, at least 3, we have 4, at least 1 research center, we have 3 research centers, and also at least 1 SMEs. In our case, we have 3 SMEs, 1 coming from the Netherlands, the Real AI, 1 from Ireland, Niatan, and 1 from Italy, the FINA. So the 4 universities are the Federico II University of Naples, the TU Dublin, the BMA of Budapest, and the Hogan School of Utrecht. And what are the big picture of our master? A requirement of the project is that this master should have at least 15 ECTS related to ethics of AI. So we propose a general purpose master in which the technical body of knowledge and an ethical body of knowledge will cooperate in order to have a practical body of knowledge. So in order to have a practical work along 3 main directions. The first one, 3 main focuses. The first one is related to the classic machine learning. The Second one is related to the sort of implementation team, so related to advanced knowledge as those related to the deep learning. And the third one is related to the future of AI. So by passing this 3 period, our student first acquire the basic knowledge about AI from one end and ethical from another end, and then will use all this knowledge in order to arrive to the last period, in which they have to set up a thesis project in which we were able to insert all the knowledge given during the first period. So this is the our master program at a glance. So the numbers are quite interesting, but we the number of interest is also higher. Maybe one of the problem, the master is in English, but anyway, one of the problems is that several students asked for a complete online classroom. But anyway, at least at the moment, we choose an hybrid setup, 2/3 in present and 1/3 online. And finally, other few words about the internationalization of this program, and also a few words about also the multidisciplinarity. First of all, another important point related to this project is that we set up with the other university 2 editions of an AI Ethicon, and more important, related to this project, by using also an Erasmus Plus fund, we set up a 5-day so-called blended intensive program in Utrecht last year, and also this year at the end of this year. And this is very important, since it permits all the students from the 4 universities to work together, and also to work together with the professor from all the university, and also with the companies, since it is the moment in which the students decide about our thesis. So even if they don't have all the knowledge, maybe at January, all the knowledge necessary in order to finish their thesis, but anyway, they are object to decide about their thesis program well in advance with respect to the last period. This is a very important point, and this is for sure an important point also related to the possibility of cooperating in an international way. Finally, 2 words about the multidisciplinarity of the program itself. When we started, the AI Act was not already set up as now. So also the legal point, the legal aspect was very important in this program. It is also interesting to say that during the program, also in our own university, we started to work with our colleagues of the law department, which is quite strange in the sense that before the program and before also the Act, maybe we typically we don't work together with them. Thanks to this program, and also to all the facts that are now in place, we started working with our colleagues from social and especially law department. And finally, I want to close with this is the title of a paper presented last week in Dublin, which also won the Best Paper Award, which is a summary of our project. And as you can see, there is the metaphor of tango, in the sense that also in the AI, the use of AI, in some cases we want to have some steps forward, but also in some cases we have to make a step back. And this is related to the fact that we have to balance the need for innovation and competitiveness, but also with regulation. And so the use and the final version of the Act will, as I say, act in this sense. And this ends my presentation. Thank you very much.
We are pleased to introduce in Streaming Connection Professor Angelo Cangelosi, Professor of Machine Learning and Robotics at the University of Manchester, UK. Topic covered, Robotics, AI and Psychology, from Human Science to AI.
Okay, thank you. I'll share my screen. Okay, let's try this. Can you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Not yet.
I'll try again. So from the technical people, is there any specific instruction I should follow? Your computer. I'm afraid it doesn't give me the option. I can share it full screen. You can still see moments and local solutions. Apologies, we're testing this now. Check Google Chrome. It gives me an error message to unlock my Chrome, which is not...
You should share your screen.
No, that's what I'm doing, but I get an error message that says Chrome has lost permission to capture your screen. To fix it, go to System Preferences. So let me try this.
That's your local settings, sorry.
Yeah. Unlock the screen by selecting the local option. Select Google Chrome. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow me to. The settings for screen recording. I have Zoom. I can add.
The suggestion here is that if you could try just to share your screen without PowerPoint showing, and then you open up PowerPoint.
But I'm closing PowerPoint.
Try to share the screen now with PowerPoint closed.
So I'm sharing screen. Okay. I have Chrome tab, window, entire screen. I go to entire screen, I guess.
Entire screen.
Yeah, and then it gives me this error message. So open System Preferences. Apologies, it's a new system which I never tried.
Don't worry, otherwise you can just send over the file. You just send over the file.
Maybe I found Google Chrome might not be able to record. Okay, so what I need to do, I need to quit and reopen, I guess, Chrome. So I will reconnect in a second because I'm giving permission to use my screen.
Okay, let's try it.
Sta provando a riaprire perché ha dato il permesso a Chrome di condividere lo schermo.
Chiuso e riaperto.
Sì.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Hopefully it will work now.
Hopefully.
Share screen. Entire screen. I'm sharing. Now I'm opening PowerPoint.
Yeah, we see your screen.
Very good. Okay. See it. Can you see my slides?
Yeah, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Do I still have 20 minutes or less?
Well, I'm not one of the organizers, but I would rather grant you the 20 minutes. Go ahead.
No. I can do what you tell me. Yeah?
Okay, try to compress it.
Okay, so apologies again, and let me start the talk. This is nicely linked to the previous presentation by Professor Sansone, because he's introduced the concept of human-centered AI. And you can see that by working on AI, and in particular, in my case, cognitive robotics, you can see a close between human psychology, consideration of ethical and also cognitive aspects of intelligence in people, and how we can replicate this in humans so that we have machines that help people to interact. In fact, the primary area of my research is called developmental robotics, which comes, you will see in a moment, from child psychology, developmental psychology. So there are two main approaches in AI and psychology that I'm going to present. The first part, which is the majority of my work, is how can we design robots? Here we mean we design the mind of a robot, the AI of a robot, not the physical robot. So how can we design robots that are capable of using language to communicate with humans, but also to have trustworthy interaction? So a more technical approach. Use psychology to benefit technology and AI. But part of my research is actually combining psychology with AI to also enhance our understanding of psychology concepts. For example, how does cognition works in babies? Can computer models, can robot models help us understand this better? And this is what we are doing in our line of research. So let's call this first aim, an aim for people that work in robotics, AI, and computer science. And of course, the second part will be more related to people working in psychology and neuroscience. And I will show you how, by working together in international groups, we can progress our understanding of artificial and natural intelligence. So my focus will primarily be on language. And you might tell me, Angelo, why do you still bother? We have ChatGPT. It's all solved, right? We can talk to ChatGPT, link ChatGPT to a robot, and it works. Unfortunately, this is not the case, because if I have a robot in my home and the robot is helping me, I'm old, I need help, the robot needs to make me a cup of coffee or tea. If I ask the robot to make me a cup of tea, the robot will bring me a cup of tea, will not give me a recipe. ChatGPT can only give me a recipe. Or Alexa, all the times, or for those that did history of artificial intelligence, 1966, Eliza was the first, if you want, chatbot that simulated actually the behavior of a psychologist, of a clinical psychologist. So this is not good. And the reason it's not good, because we need to link language, spoken words, with our understanding of the world. And our understanding of the world is really our physical perception, physical motion. So we call this sensory motor or embodiment. And I'll show you a video from a documentary done by an American colleague, a neuroscientist, that presents a philosophical concept of the Chinese room experiments, which demonstrates using systems like ChatGPT that purely use language without reference to the real world, without direct understanding of the real world, does not work for language understanding.
In the 1980s, the philosopher John Searle was chewing on this problem, and he came up with a thought experiment that gets right at the heart of it. And he called this the Chinese room. The experiment goes like this. I'm locked in a room. Outside, there's someone who only communicates in Chinese. She writes out some questions and then posts those to me in the room. Now, I don't speak Chinese, but I do have these books, and they give me instructions on exactly what to do with these symbols. So I look in the book, and if I can find a match to the symbols, then the book tells me exactly how to respond. So I can look up this response. That matches. So now, post this as the reply to the message I received. When our Chinese speaker receives the message, that makes perfect sense to her.
您最喜欢哪一本书？哪里是中国的首都？你梦里梦到什么？
As far as she's concerned, we're having a conversation in her language.
So I like this ending of the video. As far as she understands the Chinese-speaking lady, we are having a conversation. David in the room understands that Chinese. But what David in the room is really doing is doing like a picture matching in a book, right? Symbols, pictures, it could be words in any alphabet. You find a match and then you provide the corresponding picture. If you think this is what ChatGPT does, right? You put ChatGPT into this library of the world, of the internet, so you give it text to process, and then magically it gives you answers. Of course, very useful, but if I need to make this concrete in the real world, this is not enough. We need to do something else. So what we propose here, instead of working with big data, giving this robot ChatGPT the whole dictionary of the world, why don't we have the robot develop an understanding of the world, an understanding of the concrete and abstract words, and so on. So to do this, we follow this cognitive inspired approach, where, for example, we start from the consideration that children are very slow at learning language. It takes about 18 months, 1.5 years for a child to know 10 words. So it's a long, early process. Of course, later, something called vocabulary expert allows the child to learn many words in the same day, in few hours. So we model this. We also, because we are dealing with understanding of the physical and social and internal world, we want the robot to exploit the link to the body like a child exploits the link to a body. And this has been demonstrated in many experiments. And we are modeling some of these experiments. Also, the brain, although it's modular, we have vision in a part of the brain which is separate from speech, separate from motor control. In reality, Pulver-Muller and others have demonstrated that the brain co-activates all these areas when you're processing language tasks. And finally, we don't learn language from an individualistic world. Language is by definition social, and we have we call this a theory of mind. We are aware that other people have knowledge, mental states, and this is important for language acquisition. So with this context in mind, we want to go bottom up, start with a robot that like a baby, learns basic skills, and then gradually it will grow up like an adult. The field I'm presenting is called developmental robotics, or more generally, cognitive developmental robotics, which requires the work of computer scientists, which is really my role now, colleagues in mechatronic robotics who build the physical robots. So this is the ICAP from IIT Genoa. We're working with them closely. Linguistics to tell us the theory of language and syntax and so on. And then, of course, psychologists, neuroscience, and so on. And this work has been summarized in 2 books of mine, one from 2015, exactly on developmental robotics, and then more recently, last year, cognitive robotics, which puts together not only developmental approaches, but other areas of bio-inspired and people-inspired robotics. For example, soft robotics, building robots with material skins, which is more similar to our soft tissues and so on. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to present you some quick examples of how, by working together with child psychologists, we collaborate and we achieve this baby robot that can understand language in the physical world. So we have been working with many labs. Here I underline my collaboration with your local researchers, Antonella Marchetti and colleagues at the Università Cattolica Milano. And actually, I'd like to say that this work is also supported by the UK Embassy in Rome. Alessandra Ferraris, I understand, gave an introduction. And thanks to Alessandra and the UK Embassy for sponsoring our visitor. We have one of our postdocs visiting Milan in the coming months. So let's see what we can achieve if we take a baby robot, in this case the ICAP, and we teach it to speak with 2 strategies here, you will see.
So this is the ICAP robot, and today we're going to teach it the names of some objects. Here, the truck. So let's see how we work. Oh.
So you saw an example of how we teach our baby robots, like you teach a child, really. We pre-program the robot to follow things that move. Children are very curious when they see things moving. And then, of course, we show the objects, and then we name it, and we test that the robot really understands this. This is a slide that really summarizes the work that we did a few years ago in collaboration with the Indiana Baby Lab Laboratory, University of Indiana in Bloomington in the US. And the chart from below shows two sets of experiments. The first set of experiments, the first three pairs of columns, are psychology experiments replicated by us in the lab with robots. Most importantly, the last two columns were worked on the other way around. We developed a new experiment with our robot, making an hypothesis on more complex capability of the robot in the physical environment. And only later, the psychologists in Indiana collected the child data, and you can see there is a nice match between robot data and child data. This means that we were able to predict with our experiments what happens in babies. As I said in my initial slide, we can develop design robots, but at the same time, we can use these robots to better understand and do modeling experiments on human cognition. This is a slide that represents these artificial neural networks that are behind the behavior of the robot. I think we can skip this because what matters is that we are using, newest neural network technologies, AI technologies to build intelligence in robots. A more recent piece of work looks at how babies babies and parents learn in an active world. Children are not passive learners. Children can handle an object and move it close to their face. That's when we name it. Or parents can actually move the object closer to the body, to the eyes of the robot to make sure that they can pay attention and learn their names. So first is the video from Indiana University again. On the left, we see what the child sees. On the right, we see what the parent sees in a language teaching scenario. And now we did the same for our robot. A passive situation first.
This is a bottle.
Okay.
You teach the name when the robot is passively looking.
This is a cell phone.
Got it.
And now more active contribution of the parent. So if you can realize that the child, when he's learning the name of this cup, is actually having a very large representation of the object at the center of attention, which is a way to facilitate learning in children, but also in robots. Robots are better in our experiments if you use an active perception and active learning setup. And a hard task in this physical approach to language learning is how do you teach a concept like an abstract concept, like a number, 1, 2, or 3. I can teach the concept of cup because the shape is the same. I can teach the concept of red because more or less the red color looks the same. What is one? One red cup, one person, one pen, one classroom. There is no way I can conceptually represent this. So how do we do this? Developmental robotics says, look at the way children learn. The way children learn numbers, first, before they do all the abstract calculations, is to use their body. So the body is used from concrete body to abstract concept like numbers, so finger counting and so on. And here you see examples of an experiment done with University of Catania at the time on finger counting. The robot is learning to count its fingers, 1, 2, 3. In the bottom picture, you see a robot using deep learning that can count objects by using gestures. Again, on the left, you see classical examples of data from robotics in our lab that replicate data from psychology experiments, where in one condition, the robot counts in a passive way, the one in the middle, no pointing. Instead, on the left and the right, the child and the robot are asked to point with the fingers, or even they can observe somebody else pointing. And pointing is very important. And also, this session is on multicultural, multilingual aspects, if you want. And we have done experiments on multilingual robots for finger counting, because different cultures use finger counting in very different ways to show how cultural phenomena can affect this kind of learning. And finally, I'm going to focus on the social aspects of teaching robots about language, which is modeling in the robots and in the children the social skills. And social skills are called theory of mind. Theory of mind is the capability of a child to understand that the other person has knowledge about the names of the object, has preferences, has desires, and has goals. The way you study the development of theory of mind in children is the task that you see here on the left. There is a cartoon, 2 characters, Sally and Anne, 2 locations. Sally hides her toy, the red ball, in one location. She goes away. The naughty Anne swaps the object location when Sally's away, and then you ask the child in a test scenario at the end, where will Sally look for her toy? Children which are very young, 3-4 years of age, are not capable of theory of mind representation, so they don't know that Sally doesn't know about the object swap, and they say the object is in the box in the right. That's where they know the object is. All the children develop theory of mind skills, which means they are capable of doing this. And we are studying this with the University Cattolica Milan, running experiments with babies and robots. But here I'm going to show you a study of a collaboration with the University of Palermo, funded by the US Air Force Basic Research Unit on Trust and Human-Robot Interaction. So 3 stages of learning for the robot, like for children.
Hello, informer number 0. Please look at me. Can you suggest location of the sticker, left or right?
Left.
So you play the game. This is a trick, it's not trustworthy.
Right.
Person. The robot is learning
Hello, informer
a theory of
number 1.
mind which
Left.
is non-trustworthy. Now, a different person, new theory of mind model of the robot, helper person,
Right.
trustworthy person. Now we use,
Informer 0.
Right.
so
I'm
now
thinking at run to look based on your suggestion.
the robot uses its own theory of mind to predict what the person will say and if they are trustworthy or not.
I was right not to trust you. I've never seen you before. I'll call you informer 2. Left. I didn't trust you, but I was wrong. Sorry.
And finally, the robot explains its own decision making.
Hello again, informer 1. I knew the sticker is on the left. I also believe you would point left to me.
So what the robot did in the final stage is to explain to the person its own understanding of the physical world, its own understanding of the other person's theory of mind. We call this explainable AI, which is fundamental in the human-centered approach presented also in the previous talk. So let me conclude. What have we achieved? What are the positive aspects of what we do? First, I hope I can communicate that there is a nice synergy between collaboration of different disciplines in AI. Here I presented the work on psychology and robotics. I know there is a talk in clinical psychology later from La Sapienza, and also the previous colleague Sansone referred to the collaboration with law. So collaborations with different disciplines is essential in this growing field of AI. By working closely, then you can model close match of empirical data in robots and babies, for example. Of course, we focus here on the importance of linking AI to a robot, which in the case of the robot, of course, it's its own body in the physical world. And all the work I presented is a collaboration of cross-cultural, inter-country collaboration, European project, US projects, and of course, this is part of the, I would say, epistemological approach that we have in this workshop today. What are we working on? We are working on open-ended learning larger lexicons. I have a new ERC advanced focusing exactly on abstract words, number, and function words in language. Explainable AI is fundamental for ethical aspects. And then we'll look at the ethics for robot companions. And we have a project funded by Honda Research Institute in Tokyo, exactly on robot as a social mediator for multicultural collaboration between people, let's say children, in schools in the UK, in Europe, and in Africa or Australia. This is too early for me to present work, but it's nicely aligned to what we are doing here in this workshop. Thank you.
We are pleased to present in streaming connection Professor Fernando Martinez de Carnero Calzada from Department of European, American and Intercultural Studies at Sapienza University of Rome in Italy. Topic covered: AI in the tourism sector, branding, profiling, management and building.
Hello, one moment, please.
Hello, Fernando.
Hello, but it's possible the condivision of the PowerPoint files?
You have to open the slides before.
Okay. For my computer, one moment. Okay. Okay. For the artificial intelligence in the tourist sector, the principal argument is brand profiling management and branding. Throughout the pandemic, developed tourism, proximity tourism, experiential and sustainable tourism are the forms of tourism gained prominence as a response to travel restriction and heightened awareness of sustainability. Slow tourism facilitates a more relaxed in this experience, while proximity tourism focuses on exploring nearby destinations, thereby reducing carbon footprints. Experiential and sustainable tourism is centered around authentic experience that are respectful of the environment and the local tourists. For the challenge and opportunities, balancing new trends with a return to pre-pandemic model. Although the sustainable and conscious travel trends gained ground, there's a gradual shift back to the pre-pandemic tourism model. This is evidenced by increased travel demand to popular destination and the resurgence of issues like gentrification and over-tourism. This challenge, already prevalent before the pandemic, continued to confront popular tourist destinations. Gentrification impact local communities, while over-tourism poses risks to the sustainable of destination and the quality of the experience. Balancing the tourist demand with the sustainability, the tourist industries face the challenge of balancing increasing travel demand with the need to promote sustainable practice. This includes fostering responsible tourism, effectively managing tourist flows, and encouraging sustainable alternatives. Artificial intelligence and technology can play a crucial role in addressing this challenge, such as through data analysis for better tourism management and the development of marketing strategies that are more aligned with sustainability and authenticity. The importance of the artificial intelligence in the tourism. The first argument is tourist flow management. Artificial intelligence through big data analysis can predict tourist flow patterns, hiding the avoidance of issues like over-tourism. This facilitates the balanced distribution of tourists, improving the experience while reducing the impact on popular destinations. For the targeting, advertising, and customer loyalty, the artificial intelligence enables a detailed analysis of customer behavior, leading to more personalized and effective marketing. This not only increases customer loyalty, but also enhances the customer experience by offering tailored offers and experiences based on their preference. Enhancing information and tourist experience, personalized information and experiences enhancement. Tools like AI-powered chatbots, personalized recommendation, and augmented reality can enrich the tourist experience, providing relevant information and enhancing interaction with the destination. Pre-travel activities, AI can play a significant role in the travel planning phase, offering personalized suggestion based on the traveler's preference and history. For the digitalization of service and smart city development, the first technologies, Internet of Things and smart cities, the integration of the AI with the Internet of Things in developing smart cities can significantly improve the management of tourism service and urban infrastructure. Local and territorial policy, AI can support decision making in local policies, helping to manage resources more efficiently and promoting sustainability. Heritage protection, AI and related technologies can contribute to the preservation of cultural heritage, both in terms of physical maintenance and in meaning this access and enjoyment by tourists. The challenge to consider cultural goods to cultural resources transition, a significant challenge in balancing and exploitation and conservation of cultural resources. AI should be used in a way that promotes sustainability and protects cultural heritage, preventing its degradation due to excessive and inappropriate tourist use. This comprehensive approach not only highlights how AI can solve current problems in tourism, but also underscores its potential to positively transform the industry, benefiting tourists, local communities, and cultural heritage alike. The key innovation and machine learning and predictive analytics. The first argument, trend and demand prediction. Using large data sets, machine learning can identify patterns and predict tourist trends, helping to anticipate demand and adapt service proactively. dynamic pricing and offer optimization. Algorithms can dynamically adjust price and offers in real time based on demand, consumer behavior, and external factors. Chatbots and virtual assistant, 24/7 customer support, pricing and offer optimization. In this case, algorithms can dynamically adjust price and offer in real time based on demand, consumer behavior, and external factors. Chatbots and virtual assistant, 24/7 customers support. AI-powered chatbots provide a continuous assistant to tourists, answering questions and providing useful information efficiently. Personalized travel experience. This assistant can tailor recommendation and service based on user preference and interaction history. Augmented reality and virtual reality. Virtual tours and immersive experience allows the tourists to virtually explore the destination and attraction, enhancing trip planning and providing a preview of what to expect. Enrichment of the real environment can overlay useful information on the real environment, such as duration stories and culturally relevant data. For the Internet of Things, enhanced hotel and destination experience, connected device can improve the tourist experience in hotel and destination. From smart route to navigation system in tourist attraction. Data collection for improved management. IoT device can gather valuable data on tourist preference and behaviors, aiding in enhancing service and destination management. Facial and biometric recognition, contactless checking and security. The use of biometric technologies can streamline check-in process and enhance security at hotels, airports, and other tourist access points. Online reputation management and analysis. Monitoring reviews and feedback. AI tools can analyze online reviews and comments to gain insights into customer satisfaction and areas for improvement. This innovation represents just a part of how AI and related technologies are reshaping tourism. They are enhancing operational efficiency, enriching tourist experience, and offering new ways to understand and meet the needs of the tourism market. For the impact on the on brand profiling and management, customer profiling and personalization, data analysis for detailed profiles. AI allows the collection and analysis of vast amounts of customer data, creating detailed profiles that help better understand their preference and behaviors. Personalized marketing and offers. Using those profiles, companies can tailor their marketing strategies and offers, making them more relevant and effective for each customer segment. Customer experience management continues improved based on feedback. AI can analyze customer feedback in real time, enabling the business for quickly adapt their service to enhance customer experience. Automatic customer interaction to like the chatbots and virtual assistant automate personalized customer interaction, increasing efficiency and satisfaction. For the online reputation management, sentiment analysis, and trend monitoring on social media, AI can monitor and analyze opinions and trends on social media and review the platforms, which is crucial for reputation management. Proactive response and crisis management. These tools allow companies to respond proactively to comment and management crisis situation more effectively. Operation and service optimization. Efficiency and in resource management. AI aids in optimizing resource allocation and inventory management, improving operational efficiency. Forecasting and strategic planning, predictive analysis enable better planning and strategic decision making to adapt to changing market demands. In summary, AI is transforming the way tourist companies build and manage their brands, enhancing service personalization, customer experience management, online reputation, and operational efficiency. This change not only benefits business in terms of return of investment and customer loyalty, but also significantly improve to overall tourist experience. For a little example is the trace AI powered virtual assistant. Virtual assistant is by OpenAI GPT-4 edge language model. Now for its ability to understand generate mobile-like text. These enable assistant to provide informative and relevant interaction for the user. And these are the other characteristics. In the last example, Urban, in this case, the present case is a French application. In this case, is a Spanish application. Urban integrating technology in urban space for tourists is an innovative company that specializes in integrating technology into urban space to enhance the experience of residents and visitors. While I can browse the website directly, but the next presentation. Enhance the of the resident visitors. Based on my existing knowledge and industry trends, can provide an overview of that company like Urban, typically focus on how it relevant as a case studio in the context of AI. Is this is possible? No. It's a video, but it's not possible activate this video for the presentation. Thank you. Please. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
A video from Ethiopian Airlines will be now presented.
good music has elements of good structure. Within certain structure, you add innovation. Great music has to affect your emotions, make you smile, make you cry. It has to be fulfilling in different ways. Finely tuned sounds often uplift your spirit and leave you wanting more. Cloud 9, your symphony in the sky from Ethiopia.
In streaming connection, Professor Oleg Missikoff from the Department of European, American and Intercultural Studies at Sapienza University of Rome in Italy. Topics covered: a humanities-enhanced approach to drive a human-centric AI, and generative AI as an opportunity to raise a human value proposition.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I am sharing my screen. I hope you can see my screen. Okay, so my presentation today will be on humanity's enhanced approach to drive a human-centric AI, and in particular on generative AI as an opportunity to raise the human value proposition. The structure of the presentation is organized around the three research questions. 1. Is AI leading to the augmentation or replacement of humans? 2. Can the humanities and social sciences drive a human-centric AI? 3. Can AI contribute to shaping a more democratic and egalitarian society 5.0? Guided by these three research questions, in the next 15 minutes, we will embark on a journey through the evolving landscape of AI, where we will examine the potential impact of this groundbreaking technology.
We stop the connection.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we have a problem with the connection, the streaming connection for the audience. So please be patient for a second.
No issue.
Okay, ready now.
Shall I start from the beginning?
Yeah, good idea.
All right. So I will share my screen again. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
All right, so I'll put it in presentation mode. Okay, as I said, today I'm going to talk about humanity's enhanced approach to drive a human-centric AI, and in particular on generative AI as an opportunity to raise the human value proposition. The structure of the presentation is organized around three research questions. 1. Is AI leading to the augmentation or replacement of humans? 2. Can the humanities and social sciences drive a human-centric AI? And 3. Can AI contribute to shaping a more democratic and egalitarian society 5.0? Guided by these three research questions, in the next 15 minutes we will embark on a journey through the evolving landscape of AI, where we will examine the potential impact of this groundbreaking technology on human labor, the role of the humanities and social sciences in guiding its development, and how it will promote a human-centric, knowledge-based society 5.0. In the next two slides, we will analyze the first existential research question. Is AI leading to augmentation or replacement of humans? We will take as an example the history of human employment in farming in England. In the Middle Ages, 90% of the population of England was employed in farming. This work was physically demanding and required long hours. But as technology advanced, farming became more efficient and required fewer workers. And today, indeed, less than 1% of the population of England is employed in farming. Now, if the population of England employed in farming shifted from 90% to less than 1%, what happened to all those people? Actually, they were freed from back-breaking labor and transitioned to more skilled, creative, and intellectually stimulating work. This is just one example of how technological advancements have led to the creation of new jobs and opportunities. Will artificial intelligence follow the same pattern, or will it lead to mass unemployment and social upheaval? This is a question that is at the forefront of many people's minds, and it is likely to be debated for many years to come. Now let's see how the human socioeconomic evolution transitioned to reach society 5.0. In society 1.0, humanity's foundation rested on hunting and gathering, addressing basic needs for food and shelter. This egalitarian stage, existing for most of our evolutionary history, displayed profound adaptability to the natural environment, but was limited by technological constraints. Society 2.0 shifted to farming and breeding, enabling surplus production and allowing the accumulation of resources. The availability of more food than necessary led to the creation of specialized professions, such as crafts and trade, with the related circulation of models and ideas. At the same time, however, the storage of resources and the need to defend them required the creation of armies managed by centralized powers and led to the emergence of social classes and inequalities. Society 3.0 marked the transition to industrialization, leveraging technologies across various fields. Factories and machinery transformed economies, leading to urbanization and further specialization. The surplus economy exploded, sustaining larger populations, but introducing new challenges like environmental exploitation. The advent of Society 4.0 ushered in an information-centric era. Here, the significance of information and communication technologies progressively shifted the focus from goods to data and is profoundly reshaping societies. Personal computers, the internet, smartphones, and other technological advancements, such as artificial intelligence, automation, and robots, are becoming catalysts for industrial and societal innovation, transforming lifestyles and work dynamics. The concept of Society 5.0 was introduced by the Japanese government in 2016 and materialized as a visionary blueprint for the future. This groundbreaking initiative advocates for a more effective integration of cutting-edge technologies, such as AI and digital twins, into the very fabric of our societal framework. At its core, this approach envisions a human-centric society that seamlessly harmonizes economic progress with the resolution of societal challenges through the integration of cyberspace and physical space, now defined by international scientific community as a cyber-physical fabric. Now, in the next two slides, we will address the second research question. which is, can the humanities and social sciences drive a human-centric AI? We will see how HSS can be a compass for developing a human-centric AI. Indeed, AI needs to be developed and used in a way that is ethical, responsible, and beneficial to humanity. HSS hold the knowledge and critical thinking skills we need to make sure that AI is used for good. Humanities have a central role in understanding human nature, values, and culture. Social sciences are key in analyzing societal issues and developing effective policies for AI governance. Actually, artificial intelligence is on the verge of reshaping our world, presenting opportunities for profound transformation across various facets of human existence. Yet, amidst the remarkable potential of AI, its development and utilization must be steered towards outcomes that enrich humanity, safeguard individual rights, and uphold the diversity of human values. Thus, as AI continues to evolve, the need for a human-centric approach becomes increasingly crucial. The humanities and social sciences provide valuable insights into human values, ethics, and social dynamics, which are essential for ensuring that AI is developed and used responsibly and ethically. Now let's see what could be the role of HSS in the development of a human-centric AI. Indeed, the HSS can play a vital role in the development of a human-centric AI in several ways. For example, HSS researchers can help to identify and address potential biases in AI systems, produce ethical guidelines for the development and use of AI, educate the public about AI and its potential impacts, and design AI systems that are more likely to be accepted and used by the public. In addition to the above, particular attention will be paid to ensuring that AI systems are designed and used in a way that promotes gender equality and social issues. But to realize this imperative, we must fortify the foundation of AI development with insights drawn from the humanities and social sciences. Disciplines within HSS, encompassing philosophy, ethics, sociology, and anthropology, serve as indispensable guides, offering profound perspectives into the intricate web of social, cultural, and ethical implications woven into the fabric of AI. This reservoir of knowledge is not merely advantageous but imperative, as it underpins the cultivation and deployment of AI systems that are truly human-centric and deeply attuned to the rich tapestry of global cultures and values. Now the final research question. Can AI contribute to shaping a more democratic and egalitarian society 5.0? Let's see how generative AI can enhance the human value proposition. Generative AI can automate repetitive and low-level cognitive tasks, freeing human minds to focus on higher-order, creative, and strategic endeavors. This can also lead to new jobs and opportunities for humans. AI can also assist humans in artistic expressions, generating innovative designs, compositions, and narratives, expanding the frontiers of human creativity. Generative AI can personalize learning experiences, tailoring educational materials and approaches to individual needs and styles, and improving their skills and knowledge. AI can facilitate complex decision-making processes by analyzing vast amounts of data and identifying patterns, providing insights and guidance to human decision-makers. In truth, generative AI holds immense potential to augment human capabilities and create new opportunities for work and innovation. By automating repetitive tasks and enabling creative exploration, Generative AI can free humans to focus on more complex, meaningful, and creative endeavors such as art, design, and scientific research. Enhancing human-AI synergy through generative AI holds the power to personalize experience, augment human capabilities, and enable creative exploration, allowing humans to engage in high-value pursuits, fueling innovation, creativity, and informed decision-making. Generative AI empowers humans to transcend traditional limitations, fostering a more dynamic and equitable society where human potential is fully realized. But to achieve these goals, it is fundamental to increase the people engagement in decision-making and active citizenship to foster a society 5.0. In fact, the development of AI has the potential to reshape society and democracy. By developing ethical principles and considering wider social implications, we can ensure that AI serves as a tool for progress and inclusivity. AI governance must address algorithmic bias, fairness, and transparency to uphold the values of equity and justice. Active participation of citizens is crucial in shaping AI policies and ensuring that AI is aligned with democratic principles. Promoting citizen science and citizen assemblies can facilitate informed public engagement in AI policymaking, ensuring that AI reflects the values of democracy. In fact, as we navigate the complexity of AI, we must remember that technology is a tool that serves humanity, not the other way around. By incorporating human values, ethics, and social considerations into AI development, we can create a future where AI enhances human capabilities and promotes a more just and equitable society. A collaborative approach with citizens actively involved in shaping AI policies is essential to ensure that AI aligns with democratic values and empowers individuals to shape their own destinies. Encouraging ongoing dialogue and collaboration between various disciplines, including the humanities, social sciences, and engineering, is crucial for responsible AI development. The ultimate goal is to unite policymakers, researchers, and fellow citizens to shape a future where AI and humanity coexist and flourish together. Together, we can harness the power of AI to promote a more democratic, equitable, and prosperous society for all. In the spirit of invoking the power of pop culture, I would like to conclude my presentation with a line from the 1982 song by Donald Fagen, "A just machine to make big decisions, programmed by fellows with compassion and vision." Let's work together to ensure this vision becomes a reality. Thank you all for your kind attention.
We are pleased to present in streaming connection Professor Marco Montanari from the Department of Dynamic and Clinical Psychology and Health Studies at Sapienza University of Rome in Italy. Topic covered: Pets to Understand the Reality, the Use of Stereotypes in Human Intelligence Today and in Artificial Intelligence Tomorrow.
Hi, Professor Montanari.
Hey, hello everyone. Thank you for being here with me, and I will go with my presentation. This is a shorter version of the title: Paths to Understand the Reality in Human Intelligence Today and in Artificial Intelligence Tomorrow, Using Stereotypes. That is the starting point for my presentation was the very recent Artificial Intelligence Act made by Europe in December. It was the 9th of December. It was the step about facial recognition. Not only this, but it was one of the most important parts of the act. And it was a case when we start to talk about stereotype, because there was an issue about the fact that artificial intelligence can misunderstand the analysis of faces. For example, about the bias, the racial bias, for example. This is interesting because this is a part of the way that we work, about human intelligence work, because when we analyze a reality, we use stereotype, and sometimes stereotypes make us think using prejudices. First step is about how do we analyze the reality, because there is a cognitive gap, because our mind can analyze it just a very small amount of bits. So we receive a lot of data from the external world by our eyes, by our ear, and by our hands. And then our mind will analyze all the data, and then we'll talk, we'll do something, or we'll move the hands, or we'll talk. And this process will be very slow, very almost impossible for us to analyze all the data that we collect to produce something. It means that when we act in the world, we act using stereotypes. For example, when we talk about houses, there are several ways to describe houses. They depend from our age. A child describes houses in a very different way respect to an adult, but also it depends from our skills. So we can draw a very simple house or a very complicated house. So it depends from our skills, from our education, from our background, for example, and so on. And somehow, when we write on house, we describe our stereotype about house. It's very typical, for example, for an Italian child to draw a house, like in the example here that I put in the corner in the classical house, that they are very rare, because most of Italian people live in apartment, in very big building. So they're not used to see houses, but children usually describe houses. It depends, because when we grow on, we use the script to describe our reality, to understand our reality. We don't have time to analyze all the data that we collect, so we become educated to understand how to analyze the data in a faster way. In my example here, I put the picture of a child. In the middle, there is an example of script, of film script, because in our mind, when we talk, when we draw, when we act, we use scripts. For example, now I'm talking with you because I know that you are hearing me, and I prepared the presentation because I knew that my explanation will be easier to follow with a line. So I had this kind of script in my mind. And in psychology, I'm a psychologist, so this is my approach. So in psychology, there is the behavioral psychology approach that is based on the Pavlov's dog. I think that most of you know this very famous experiment. There was a dog that was used to eat lunch when a bell ring. So at the end, 1, 2, 3, 4 in the series. At the end, when the dog listens the bell, it will be
I'm
read.
sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes left.
Sorry?
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Thank you.
So when I grow up, this became a case of politeness. So when I use bad word, the reaction of the people will be sad people. And the same with the flower, the people will be happy. So this is a kind of a stereotype of people. It will be useful when I go in dinner, for example, with a man, with a woman, or the opposite. I will be able to be friendly with her. There is the prejudice, that is the risk when the stereotypes are too much rigid. In fact, there are a lot of proverbs about in English, they don't judge the book by its cover. I go faster than people. The risk of, so we use prejudice, stereotypes, and also prejudice in our life, normally. And there is the same risk because artificial intelligence is created by human intelligence. So we provide information to the artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence will analyze the information, is analyzing the information in the way that we provide them to AI. That's why this is the artificial intelligence Act in Europe. We have several examples of misuse of the stereotype. One is about to simplify the reality. For example, in South Africa, we have a very rich society, but we think always about poor people because they are the two sides of the society. And there are some risks, like the Dutch scandal, when there is the algorithm that made a lot of mistakes and put people in a very critical situation. So the problem is not stereotypes, the problem is prejudice, the problem is how we use stereotypes. So to answer, also to follow Oleg, the colleague, the social science studies stereotypes, provide information about the use of stereotypes, so they can help artificial intelligence to improve using stereotypes, but without misusing them. So this was my question, my last slide. So thank you for following me. And in spring, there will be another presentation following this kind of issue about stereotypes, but this time on Japan. So.
We are pleased to introduce Professor Massimiliano Cappuccio, Senior Researcher at School of Engineering and Information Technology at the University of New South Wales in Canberra. Topic covered: large language models in security and defense, understanding cultural attitudes and their strategic implications.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and also thanks to the organizers for the very kind invitation. I have only one slide. I'm not sure you can really see it very well. Maybe if we can zoom a little bit. And moreover, it's not really indispensable. So I would like to say my talk is not as structured as the excellent speakers who spoke before me. I just wanted to introduce you a little bit to some aspects or concepts of my research project, and possibly initiate a discussion. So I would like to offer some elements of conversation for a possible discussion. I'm a humanist. I'm actually a philosopher of technology and a cognitive philosopher. I studied here at the University of Milan and then also at the University of Pavia. And at the moment, I am a deputy director of a research group at the University of New South Wales in Canberra. And we are a group of humanists and social scientists embedded in a school of engineering and computer science. Moreover, a quite good school, which is ranked pretty well in Australia and in global ranking. So why do engineers want to have a group of philosophers and social scientists in their college? Well, our group is our task is to research aspects of, let's say, ethical, legal, and societal and strategic implications of autonomous technologies, including applications of artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, driving vehicles, with the focus on applications in the space of security and defense, so including also autonomous weapons. The reason why we operate within a School of Engineering and IT is that we are very productive, very convenient, and it's not that they pay for our research, but we actually generate a large kind of research income by means of grants. And so actually in the last 5 years, we have collected grants for a total, I think, of about 50 million Australian dollars. Which is quite good, and I think it proves one thing, which is that interdisciplinary collaboration is very useful, very productive, especially when it comes to articulating research with a language that fulfills the expectations of certain stakeholders and can easily talk about the expectations of the society, the concerns of the people, and so on. It's very useful, I believe, for engineers and computer scientists to have in their team, in their group, also some philosopher of technology or experts in social science or experts in policy or legal aspects of the applications of these technologies. And I would like to make an example, which is the current research that is currently paying my salary. It's a research project sponsored by the Strategic Policy Division of the Department of Defense, Australian Department of Defense. And this project is about essentially the diffusion of autonomous weapon systems in the Indo-Pacific region, in the countries of the Indo-Pacific region, and how the diffusion of these technological capabilities is changing the strategic posture of different nations, different powers, military powers in the Indo-Pacific region. But most important, our research is focusing on the attitudes of peoples, different groups and different nationalities toward the acquisition and the diffusion of autonomous technologies. And in particular, when we study attitudes, we refer to normally to constructs that are validated, that are normally used in the space of social sciences, which are, for example, acceptance, trust. We use notions like anthropomorphism and so on. But here in this research, we focus particularly on the cultural factors, which means how the cultural background of these people influence their attitude and their expectations towards autonomies, and then consequently, what are the propensity to adopt these technologies and to make an effective use. It's very interesting. So now we're still collecting data, qualitative data by means of surveys and semi-structured interviews. And we found something quite interesting and also a little bit surprising. First of all, I want to mention that when we deal with cultural factors, we have to be very, very careful because culture is something extremely important, extremely capable to exert a deep influence on the way we think, the way we reason. But if we think that we can establish a direct relationship between our decisions and our cultural background, then we might be in trouble, because that kind of influence exerted by cultural factors is very nuanced, very subtle. So you will never find something like I remember Luciano De Crescenzo in the movie says, there are, for example, in Europe, there are peoples of love and peoples of freedom. No? Like Italians are people of freedom and Germans are people of, Italians are people of love and Germans are people of freedom. And then within Italy, people of Naples are people of love and people of Milan are people of freedom, right? This is a bit of a simplification, of course. What is really dangerous when we do cultural analysis is that these simplifications often are very effective, they're very useful. They really capture some aspects of our reality. The problem is that because they're simplification, they capture only a limited range of the whole possibilities. Therefore, they cannot really reflect the entire variety of the casuistry. So we have to be careful when we do cultural analysis, not to fall into stereotypes, as we were listening just now. At the same time, we don't want to underestimate the importance of cultural aspects. In our research, we focus on 3 dimensions of cultural influence, which are the traditional aspects of, for example, ethnic or religious narratives, the innovation ecosystem. So, for example, how university, industry, and government interact to create and adopt innovative technologies. And third, the military culture, which is also something interesting because apparently, force organization, hierarchies, and so on, they are pretty much the same all over the world, in all the militaries of the world. But then if you look at the practices, the way they organize their decision-making process, you look into the details and you find that there is a devil in the details because there are many small differences and so on. Now, one particular focus of analysis is Japan. So also Professor Montanari, he mentioned that he's going to work on Japan because there is a lot of literature about the fact that Japanese people are supposed or they're expected to have a greater affinity with autonomous technologies, namely with robotics, and that comes because they have a long history of investments in automation, and also because in terms of cultural industry, they've been producing some very iconic representation of robots in society. So much so that many people believe that the main issue now faced by Japanese society, which is the quick aging of the population, should be addressed by essentially providing systematically support of service robots, so social robots, who take care of elderly people, right? And the governments of Japan, they've been supporting this narrative. So we Japanese people have a greater affinity with robots. We are in front of other countries in a sense because we are more familiar with robots. Therefore, we don't need to open the borders, for example, and hire caregivers from other countries. We can do ourselves with our own technological resources. There was even an attempt to justify this belief, this narrative, by means of a so-called techno-animism. So the idea that, as you know, the traditional religion of Japan is Shintoism, which is a form of animism. And according to some Japanese scholars, Shintoism contains the seed of this idea that even not only in the trees, in the mountains, there are spirits, but also in technological creations. And according to some scholars, there is textual evidence in some classical texts showing that puppets, dolls, they already have some principles of animation, right? And because Shintoism recognizes, acknowledges this seed, then Japanese people are more kind of acquainted with robots, and they feel better with being taken care of by robots. Is it true? Is techno-Shintoism true? Well, I've done some investigation. I went to Okinawa first, and then to the opposite side, Sapporo, and I've been interviewing a number of experts of robotics and Japanese traditional culture, and they told me that actually the issue is very much debated. There is not really consensus. First of all, even the data collected with elderly people, they don't really show a consistent picture. Very often when we do surveys, they ask elderly people, would you feel comfortable if a humanoid robot was hired to take care of you, to take care of your needs and so on? And usually they answer yes. And they tend to answer positively a little bit more than other people in other countries. But then when you ask the question in a different way, so instead of asking the verbal response, you look for a behavioral response, guess what? Most Japanese elderly people, they prefer to have the company of a dear one, of an animal, or even just a caregiver. So we have to be very careful when we interpret this data. Moreover, other people say that this techno-Shintoism is very much of a recent creation. It's a product of this narrative that has been promoted by conservative governments, and it is instrumental to favor technological research over the idea of opening the borders, because maybe some people who are a bit more conservative, they don't like the idea of having people from outside, no? So things can be very... Moreover, there are other things also. The Philippines are, as you know, a prevalently Catholic country, but they also have animistic background, which is still very strong. It's still a strong component. My wife is Filipina. I can tell you there are still some practices. When she walks near a big ancient tree, she says, "Tabi tabi po," which is a sign of respect, means respect, please allow me to pass. For sure, that is not a Catholic heritage. It's something that comes from a more ancient animistic tradition. And I can tell you, in the Philippines, they don't have the same narrative of affinity with autonomous technologies. Even in the military, they have a different approach. They tend to see more the centrality of the service member, the human. So they think the technology should be at the service of the human and not vice versa. Anyway, it tends, you know, when we try to map the ramifications of all these aspects, the picture tends to become immediately extremely complicated. So then how do we use it concretely for our research in relation to the autonomous technologies, autonomous weapons? That is something that we're still working on. I want to say, for example, this research was motivated because, you know, there was a very important debate about the legitimation and the development of autonomous weapon system and the ethical implications of developing, adopting this kind of weapons. This debate started in Australia, importantly, and in my university, UNSW, there was an important discussion which involved several experts. And some of these experts, they proposed a ban, a total ban of all autonomous weapon systems. And this had important echo in different countries. Now, after a few years, the debate has been evolving a lot. So I think we are beyond the initial stage of this discussion. Initially, it was more like ban all autonomous weapon systems or invest in the development of these weapons. Now the positions are more nuanced, more articulated. We had a conference just recently, and we all agree. We have, I think, a universal consensus that there must be always a human in the loop or on the loop whenever there is a lethal, the decision to use lethal force. And we have an agreement that these technologies, anyway, they must be regulated somehow, and we want to ban the applications that are unethical or that they can substantially violate the law of conflict, right? I want to say now the debate has been evolving in a sense that it's not just about judging between, it's not just black and white, you know, we want autonomous weapons, we don't want autonomous weapons. It's more like we try to have an understanding of how the ethical evaluation of this very complex problem depends very much on the context, including the cultural context. Because if you ask this kind of question in South Korea, they constantly live in a context in which their main adversary, you know, is just next door, and they are constantly, at least hypothetically, under the risk of nuclear attack. They have a certain perspective. They are more open about the possibility of introducing newer technologies. So it very much also depends on the kind of situation. And apart from this, our study has highlighted that in general, if we can do some generalization, in general, East Asian societies, they seem to focus more on the functional and on the reliability aspects, in the sense that for them, the question is, does the autonomous system work? Then it's done. Then why shouldn't we approve it from an ethical point of view? Australians, Europeans, also North Americans, Canadians, they tend to have a little bit of a different approach in the sense that, okay, technology works, it's reliable. That does not necessarily mean that it is what we want, because who set the expectations?
Sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes left.
Who sets the expectations? Who decides what we should aim to, and so on. So there is also a different kind of deontological questions. Now, I like to show this graph. This is a study I think conducted by Business Insider. Essentially, they asked people of different countries the level of trust in AI and applications of autonomous technologies. Namely, the question was, do you think the beneficial aspects will be greater than the dangers or the negative implications of these technologies? And who is on top? Who is the most optimistic in the world? We found Saudi Arabia with 76% of positive optimistic answers. And then we find India, Peru, Malaysia, Mexico, Colombia, Chile, South Korea, Turkey. Who do we find? On the opposite side of the spectrum, what are the countries that are most negative or pessimistic about the adoption of autonomous technologies? You find the Netherlands, United States, Australia, Germany, Belgium, Great Britain, Sweden, Japan. Italy is just a bit in the middle, like Russia in the end. Now, I tried with my colleagues to interpret this graph, and we tried different hypotheses. Why certain countries are in that place and other countries are in they are ranked at the opposite side. Our conclusion that there is no single factor that can explain this. Probably it's a combination of at least 2 or 3 main factors. It's probably a lot depends on the trust of people in their own government, for example. Maybe there is also a fact that some developing countries, there are more greater expectations in technology. But to be honest, we don't really have a great story to tell. I'll be very happy to ask Europe if you have any intuition about this. Why Saudi Arabia, India, Peru, Malaysia, Mexico, Colombia, Chile are so optimistic, while almost all European countries and Australia and the United States show such a level of worry or concern, no, about the possible effects of introducing on a mass scale autonomous technologies and artificial intelligence. Anyway, thank you very much for the opportunity.
We stop the work for a short coffee break. We invite you to be back on time at 1:45 for the space dedicated to business incubator companies and Chamber of Commerce.
sit down, please.
A video from Ethiopian Airlines will now be presented. We ask you to wait 2 minutes, please. We're delighted North Italy at Ethiopian Airlines. She will talk about the Ethiopian Airline Group, Ethiopian Airlines for Sustainability, and Vision 235 Strategy and Fleet.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you for inviting us to this event. Thank you so much. So I'm Francesca Scardia, and thank you for introduction. I'm together with Fulvio Zaniboni, my colleague. We are both working for Distal and ITR Group, which is representing now Ethiopian Airlines in the Italian market. We are here in Italy with the 2 offices in Milan and Rome, and with the booking department as well as sales department. So today I want to spend some words about the evolution of Ethiopian Airlines, which is not only an airline, it's a group, as we said in the video, with different branches, different company branches. Okay. Thank you. So Ethiopian Airlines, since 1945, when it has been founded, since that time, 77 years of history, a long journey, has become a leader in the aviation, a leader in Africa continent, with in all aspects of aviation, technology, global network expansion, as well as products, means aircraft, new aircrafts. So it is the fastest growing group globally and in Africa. And as we said, it is not only an airline, it's a group where we have seen in the video, we have different branches. The Ethiopian Aviation Academy, which is the largest aviation center in Africa, equipped with the state-of-the-art and new in-class training equipment. Also Ethiopian Maintenance Repair, which is one of the leading providers, not only for Africa, but also for Middle East. Ethiopian Catering, which is producing over 100,000 meals per day, not only from Ethiopia, but also from all over the world. So Indian, Chinese, Italian food, etc. Ethiopian Ground Services, which is the leading ground handling in Addis Ababa Bole International Airport. Then we have the Ethiopian Skylight Hotel, which is a 5-star luxury hotel used for the layover for passengers and stopover in Addis Ababa. And then the Ethiopian Cargo, which is also the largest one in Africa, the largest cargo network operator and winner of global awards. In fact, the Ethiopian Airline Group is a multi-award group, and this evolution has been recognized with some important awards from Skytrax as best airline in Africa for 6 consecutive years in row, best business class and economy class. So it's really a leader in the continent. And this evolution is regarding also the fleet, because the company is investing in new and modern aircrafts, and the fleet, the current fleet now has not only both companies, Airbus and Boeing aircrafts, but they are innovating still these aircrafts because they are ordering aircrafts which are modern and which are respecting the environment as objective of IATA and all governments in the world. They want to reach by 2050 the zero emissions of carbon. So now it's already we are already reaching half of this objective, because we are reducing by 25 or 30% with new aircrafts, A350 and A350-900, and in order A350-1000. And then with Boeing, we are ordering new aircrafts for reducing these emissions. So it's really important, this kind of evolution for the target we have all in the world, in all countries in the world. And together with this, we are using SAF, which is a sustainable aviation fuel. With this new aircraft, it will contribute to reduce the emissions. Regarding the network, this is continuing in evolution also. The network is really big, and we are serving 130 international destinations. Most of them are, of course, in Africa. From Italy, we are operating daily with the two important hubs, Roma Fiumicino and Milano Malpensa. And from there, we are reaching Addis Abeba, and then we can connect to other destinations in Africa, where we reach 62 destinations. Also, the airport has been completely renovated during pandemic period, and now it has the capacity to handle 22 million of passengers yearly. So there is an important investment also from this side. And also Ethiopian Airlines is member of Star Alliance Group, which is an important group of airlines with a common goal to focus on customer service and to be safe airlines. So we are proud of it, because we are a member of this group since 2011. Just one little thing, little but really important for us. We used to have a vision for 2025, which has been already reached ahead of time. It was to be the leader airline in Africa, but now there is a new one for next 15 years. That is to be one of the 20 most competitive airlines in the world, and to double our flights, to improve our network, and to improve our products. So let's keep in touch. If you want to have more information, you can always contact us, or you can see all the information in our online channels. Thank you for your attention today, and thank you for participating to this event. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are delighted to introduce Mrs. Tylee Lewis, President of Australia-Italy Business Association, that will talk about the role of non-profit association in fostering social innovation.
Good afternoon or good morning. We're already in the afternoon, and thank you to the Progress Times for the invitation here today. And I think, look, artificial intelligence is a great topic. I'm certainly no expert, but it's fantastic because of the social impact that it drives and the social value that's created through this technology. My name is Tylee Lewis, and I'm the president of the Australia-Italy Business Association. And we're a non-profit association dedicated to advancing the Australia-Italy bilateral relationship. And by bilateral relationship, I just don't mean economic relationship, but also the cultural and social relationship. ABLE was founded in 2022, last year, so we're a very new association. And the structure we chose was a social promotion association, so that we can also have that social and cultural focus. A core objective is promoting inclusive and sustainable growth with reference to the UN's SDGs written into our statute. I think it's great that Eben and your team, you've given space to us today to speak because, again, while we're not experts on the topic, associations really play a role in encouraging innovation and advocating for change. And through our networks, we're really able to act as platforms for sharing knowledge, for sharing know-how, that foster innovation, and we can often fill a gap that's left by the public and private sector. So I'll go through quickly how we're supporting social innovation at ABA. The first is through events aiming to support a shift in corporate thinking towards a new definition of success that considers not only economic aspects, but social and cultural aspects. And this education is really essential for innovation and serves as this bedrock for transformation. And I think there are some great examples in the Australia-Italy relationship, one being an Australian sports infrastructure company that's investing in Sicily. And their CSR activities really help to minimize the gender divide in sports in the south of Italy. And these examples of success, they're really important to share because this new normal becomes commonplace and this way of operating, again, becomes commonplace. Cross-sectoral engagement across industry, the public sector, government and academia drives inclusive growth and it drives innovation. And ABER serves as a platform for our members to build these partnerships and think of solutions to the global economy's challenges. Research links are another really important part of what we do and something that's quite relevant today. And so we assist businesses within our network to partner with academic institutions, which really aid access to their early research opportunities. Australian FDI in Italy is increasing, particularly in renewable energy, and we have members that are actively seeking research partnerships. A new example is Australian green hydrogen. They're currently looking for a partner here on early stage research, and that's just one of the many examples of what's happening. And so a priority for ABER is to continually add to its university partners in order to provide value to its members and also to the institutions here and in Australia. The future of leadership is another really important aspect and an activity that ABER is focusing on. Leaders of the next generation have a completely different view of business and they have a completely different view of corporate success. And it's inherently linked to social and environmental outcomes. And so next year, ABER is planning a net zero roadshow. So we're partnering with universities to present Australia's role in the global economy's net zero transition. And this is our contribution to intellectual exchange, while also assisting us connect with future decision makers early in their career. The transition towards stakeholder value creation and social innovation itself requires a greater understanding of the institutional environment for business. In Australia, as an example, community engagement and obtaining a social license to operate is fundamental. Another example would be energy assets. Renewable energy assets are often built on Indigenous land, so engagement with these groups is truly fundamental. Now, inclusive policy making supports sustainable growth and development, and it's essential for all stakeholders to engage in dialogue. Our events, our network provide an opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of this environment and as well of each other's cultures, which certainly aid business. I'll run quickly through our objectives for next year, as I think they could be relevant to many here today. We're intending to build out our partnerships with universities and with incubators. Collaboration with institutions underpins our activities, and it really drives forward our ability to service our members and to advance these relationships between Australia and Italy. We're also looking at cross-sector member acquisition. Often a problem for business associations is that one sector dominates the membership base, but diversity in members is really crucial to innovation, and ABER is looking to support not only multinationals, but also SMEs and startups. I've been very brief, not to take up too much time, but I'm happy to talk one-on-one with anyone looking to learn more about what we're doing at ABER and how to get involved. Thank you.
Okay. We are pleased to introduce PhD Massimiliano Garruzzo in Streaming Connection. He is the representative of the Chamber of Cooperation Italo-Araba in Italy. Topic covered, digital twin and application on a real use case.
Thank you very much to everyone. I'm very, very happy to be here.
Sorry, we can't hear you. Oh, okay.
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 Hi,
Now
Mr.
I can-
Garruzzo.
Okay, good morning. I'm very happy to be here.
Thank you.
Okay, I can share my presentation by myself, or I have to wait for someone else that present for me. It's completely the same.
Yeah, you can present
By
your...
myself. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure that the screen sharing is working properly in this moment.
No, we can't see.
In fact, I don't see. Okay, I'm giving the command, but nothing happened.
I have to ask
You
him.
have the file that I have to share. You have the file that I have to share. If you are able to share the file, we can go on.
Okay, I go ask. I ask you to give us 10 minutes and we can get
Yes,
back
of
in
course.
connection with you after.
Yep.
Yeah, is that a problem? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
We are delighted to introduce PhD Nukolo, Managing Partner next year in Nigeria. Topic covered: Artificial Intelligence in the New Era of Multiculturalism, Leveling or Widening Global Diversity.
Thank you. It's good afternoon. I hope if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Let me see if I could share my screen as well. Sorry, I'm not sure what's happening here. Can you see my? I think it's coming up. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And then as well, thank you to the organizers of this discourse. So today I will be speaking on a topic which is titled Artificial Intelligence in the Era of Multiculturalism, Leveling or Widening Global Diversity. So my discussion will be going, I'll try to situate my discussion under 5 contexts. First, I'll be asking this question: is AI and multiculturalism on the same page? Secondly, I will be asking AI, how does is it diverse or is it inclusive in its approach? Thirdly, I'll be asking the next question, which who will be left behind when we are all AI'd? Then the next will be, can AI level or widen global inequality? And finally, the next part of my discussion will be AI, cultural or religious values. So these are the 5 ways I've tried to structure my discussion. Now, my first argument or my first puzzle will be AI and multiculturalism. Are they between two ends? So what's the relationship between AI and cultural diversity? Are there likelihood that we could see AI embedding multiculturalism in its approach? Do we think they are between two ends? So why this is very important is that when we look at AI today and look at the issue of multiculturalism, we might be questioning ourselves if everybody's carried along. Because in the first instance, what's multiculturalism try to do? If we look at what it tries to do and situate it within the current discourse of AI, the negatives and the positives, we might be asking ourselves that there are fundamental issues we've not really been treated very well, or we've not really been put in perspective of what we're looking at. Most times when we try to look at multiculturalism, especially from a Western perspective, we are looking at issues of inclusion, issues of diversity, especially where you're thinking about how do we get the minorities within this Western culture, Western development to be recognized. Now, is it again equally important that while we continue to think about multiculturalism from a Western perspective, what about multiculturalism from the perspective of the other cultures that are not Western cultures? So it becomes very important to situate all these things in a very good context and then be able to understand them. So based on this, what I could regard as my background, my next question is multiculturalism. When we try to look at it, especially as it is today, it is important that we understand that it's actually struggling with a lot of things. It's struggling with the original idea, the original conceptualization. It's struggling with the programs around it. It's struggling with this ideology. Now, why the Western world are struggling, it's important we recognize that, especially where a lot of people are migrating from countries that are not really doing well economically, countries that are not doing well democratically or politically, are moving to the Western world where the economies seems to be doing well, where democracy seems to be doing well. But the last 2-3 years has shown that Western economies are equally struggling economically. Western economies are equally struggling politically. We could see issues where right wings are taking over government. People are voting out of a lot of prejudices. So with that, it's become important to understand that multiculturalism is struggling in the West. Now, if we flip it on the other side, we could see equally that diluting of cultures in other non-Western cultures are where we're seeing a lot of clashes, not just clashes of civilization, but ethnic clashes, religious clashes, and so on. When we look at all these things in a wider perspective, what comes to our mind is, so if we are struggling with these values, if we are struggling with these cultures, are we sure we're going to do very well in terms of technological advancement? Will technology be able to be diverse? Will technology be able to be inclusive, especially looking at where technology is situating more as we see today. Now, when we look at technology like AI and its diversity, it is important to know that it tends to favor one region of the world, maybe the Western region, not just because of their own making, but because they've been more advanced more than the other societies. Today, we are talking about fourth industrial revolution. Fourth industrial revolution. Where are the other cultures within this fourth industrial revolution? Where are they today? So if you remove the Western world, few countries from maybe the Middle East, few countries maybe from Latin America could be said to be coming up to advanced system within this concept of industrial revolution. So it shows that there's a lot that AI need to buckle up if it needs to be diverse and inclusive. So if we move to the next slide, if these are the contexts that we've been able to establish, one thing now becomes very clear, that if we continue the way technology that should have been a leveler for all societies, and it continues this way, it will be important to understand that some sectors of humanity will be left behind by AI. And who are those who will be left behind? Most of the people that will be left behind will be people who will be in the southern hemisphere. They'll be left behind because most technology will be housed in the Western world, and less of them in the southern hemisphere. Meaning that one thing.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Meaning that one thing that we'll be seeing, that a lot of migration towards the northern hemisphere as people try to get hold of this technology. Like today, when you look at Google and other AI companies, even the names they use are all Western ideology. So meaning that a lot of people from the southern hemisphere will be left behind. And I think that's why the issue of multiculturalism begin to play a part as we continue to develop innovations like AI. How do we start bringing other societies into it? Now, if we look at as AI continue to grow, it's important to know that a lot of things will be important. Like you could see the graph here where they're saying that by 2030, AI will help us to make movies. AI will make superhuman beings. AI will care for the elderly. AI will grow world economy. AI will teach lessons. AI will solve energy crisis, predict illnesses, and then be as clever as human beings. Then the question is, where do we situate people who this global development by AI that wouldn't fall within this humanity? How do we situate them? So it's important that as we continue to develop AI, we continue to bring in other cultures into it. We continue to look at other cultures that are not covered by this. So if we do all these things, one thing remains very clear, that AI need to take in cognizance other cultures and other religious values. And why this is very important is that people will continue to question a lot of issues about AI, especially where it begins to touch their own fundamental beliefs. In the Arab world, in the Islamic world, in the African world, in the Latin American world, wherever AI begins to touch people's fundamental beliefs, which are part of multiculturalism, where they feel that they've not been well included in it, people will continue to revolt against it. People will continue to find alternative means not to adopt to these values of AI. I think it's important that as we move towards making sure that we're inclusive as a multicultural world, AI should begin should continue to be inclusive and more diverse in nature. Thank you.
We are pleased to introduce PhD Massimiliano Garruzzo in Streaming Connection, representative of Chamber of Cooperation Italo-Araba in Italy. Topic covered: digital twin and application on a real use case.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very happy to be here. I'm pleased to be here so we can finally go on. And today we touch a very important topic, in my opinion, and then let's start just because we have a lot of minutes and I want to use them to cover the most path that is possible. So today, the evolution of the artificial intelligence technologies and the proliferation of Internet of Things systems and the gradual improvement of high-speed, low-power connectivity have made it possible to integrate AI at the edge. This is very, very important because edge AI requires a scalable platform capable of accelerating a multitude of on-field operations to automate procedure and provide real-time support for decision-making across various application sectors. So I think that, in my opinion, the first topic that we have to cover very, very briefly is what is edge AI? What is and how does it work? Okay, edge AI is a technology that leverages the computational capabilities of IoT devices to implement artificial intelligence-based functionalities, enabling the processing and analysis of data directly at the source, near to the point of acquisition. This is very important, and thanks to the artificial intelligence and edge computing capabilities, it's now possible to employ machine learning processes to process data in real time. Okay, so all the things that about what we are talking in this moment are regarding the contribution of various artificial intelligence technologies, edge AI, that can provide efficient solution for real-time, low-latency processing. But another important topic is which are the advantages of using edge AI? Okay, so let me give you some highlights of all of them. First of all, reduced operation times. This is a very, very important topic, probably one of the most important. The operating with reduced latency and change efficiency for all time sensitive operations at the edge, such as real-time image analysis by camera or by obstacle recognition on something like that. The second and most important one is a reduction in bandwidth and data storage resources. AI-enabled IoT devices allow for processing data, generating a significant portion of operational level responses while filtering and selecting data that requires deeper analysis. Another important one is a reduction in cloud operational costs. This is very, very important because every kind of company have to take in consideration the budget that we have to produce all our results. And then the combining effects of the aforementioned points natural lead to reduce the cost associated with the using cloud AI services. And moreover, we have the reduction in energy consumption that is very, very important for the green and for the planet in which we are. And then beyond of the purely ethical consideration, the contains of energy consumption is indeed one of the primary drivers for the company's continuous improvement strategies, and particularly with an eye on leveraging incentives and tax benefits offered by various community level initiatives. So now let me go ahead, just because we have only a few minutes, and for me it's very, very important to give you some example, a couple of examples in which we are one of the master and commander in Italy, of course, and also in the world. So let me jump in one of our invention that is patented, that is called Smart Hero. Smart Hero is a COVID detection from wearable using long short-term memory neural networks. In which way we cover this kind of topic? Just because we are able to detect anomalous points and patterns in vital signs and deviation from baseline. The neural networks learn the baseline and is able to early identify anomalies and could be an alarm bell for COVID or other disease onset. In this chart, you are able to see the symptom date that is the real, is the red line, and then we have the green line that divide.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, 2 minutes left. Okay, I go faster and I finish only this topic, and then we divide the baseline from the detection period, and at the end, the infection period, that is the purple one. So I prefer to stop myself here, not going ahead, just to give you the idea that using the Edge AI, now we are able to build some wearable devices like this one or like other ones, from which one we are able to take data continuously, and using all of them just on the AI and using the AI just on the edge, we are able to produce a very good result, giving a very good hand for the purposes of the healthcare and to live well in our beautiful planet. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Garruccio.
We are pleased to present in streaming connection Dr. Raffaele Vitulli, President of Cluster Creativity of Basilicata. Topic covered: Heritage Smart Lab Project.
Hi everyone. It's really good pleasure to stay with you. And today I present you a new network promoted by the European Commission, the DG Connect of the European Commission, in collaboration with the member states of the European Union, in line with the new digital agenda. This new network of organization, innovation poles, split in a different country, with a mission totally focused on the digital acceleration program, are the ADH, European Digital Innovation Hubs. The idea of the European Digital Innovation Hub is to support the public administration, especially the municipality and so on, and also the SME in Europe, in this really difficult process in relationship with the digital transition. We are one of these European Digital Innovation Hubs. Our European Digital Innovation Hub named Heritage Smart Lab, because in our situation, in our cases, we are based in south of Italy, and we connect 3 regions in this process and in this project. One, the region of Basilicata is one of the smaller in the south of Italy, but also the region Campania and the region Apulia, because in these 3 regions there are a lot of heritage sites really important, especially inserted in the UNESCO list. And in our specific NDH, Heritage Smart Lab, we are really focused on the heritage sector, tourism sector, and creative sector. The idea of the ADH, and this are some number from this new network, 151 all total in Europe, some specialized in specific vertical focus in terms of technology like intelligence artificial or, for example, blockchain. The idea is to connect the startuppers and also creative people and innovators with the really needs, specific needs coming from public administration and enterprises, especially SME. In our cases, for example, we will guide the public administration and small enterprises operating in cultural heritage and tourism to involve them in some pathway relationship with awareness, and also because they need to know the emergency technology and how the emergency technology can help them in this very transformative period. And our important mission is to involve the younger innovators and young talent with this kind of tech sector. This is our main territories, but in general, these are the territories where we can collect the beneficiaries of our intervents. The idea is to involve new innovators, startups from all part of the Europe and also the Mediterranean area. So please, if you have some connection with interesting proof of concept, prototyping, solution, technology solution coming also from the friends of North Africa or other part of the Europe, the Mediterranean area, who we can combine with the specific needs in our land, for example, in a small museum, theaters, small villages, libraries. We are so interesting about this. This is our work for the next 3 years and maybe for the next 7 years, because this pathway, promoting and financing by the European Commission, is a very long-term pathway. In the next year, in 2024, we will introduce in a different ecosystem, like I said before, a theater, museum, library, different kind of technology solution. Also combine from them cybersecurity and artificial intelligence, or for example, blockchain, NFT, or Internet of Things, to growing the restoring or the valorizing process, but especially to involve the visitors and the beneficiaries in the users in a very, very innovative fruition system. Our goal is to introduce this technology not only to become in a more effective world for this kind of beneficiaries and site, but especially to test, to create experimentation about this combination, this hybrid combination. We will work in 25 new ecosystems involving startup and innovator to create new prototyping. More or less, we will involve 100 from SME and also 100 from public administration to test these opportunities, this new prototyping. And the idea coming from us is to combine the collaboration from private sector and public sector. This is from my side, the presentation about this innovation hubs. The idea of the European Commission is to stimulate the collaboration, especially in a hybrid form. So we are really open to invest, because we have money for this in the next future, also to host young talent or enterprises from the European and Mediterranean ecosystem, but also to invest to move our expertise, our group of work in the same areas. And just to finish my presentation, we are now in connection with Jordania, Arabia, for example, the city of Alula, which is very similar to one of our main cities south of Italy, with Matera. In this year, for example, Matera was 30 here inside of the UNESCO list, Alula 15. So there is also this kind of combination. And the idea is to bring our work, thanks to our research center and small enterprises who are really, really in line with this idea to internationalization of our work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are delighted to introduce engineer Michael Riefer in Streaming Connection. He is CEO at InnoValley and CEO at Innu. He will present the 2 Lightning Towers in InnoValley and talk about Innu by Michael Riefer and construction innovation projects.
Oh, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So thank you to have the opportunity to have a small speech here in your network, and I hope you can understand my English, because I never learned it at school, just by doing. And I would try to give you some idea of our project we do in InnoValley and me as Innu in the construction industry. So first of all, InnoValley was born in 2019 as an idea of a network to basically avoid all the the problems regarding the high potentials, the future of work. And if we go to the next slide, we can see the development of the network. So basically, we started with 6 members, with visionaries of this area. They first time here in the mountain region, check it out that maybe something, some problems, some challenges is good to do it together instead one by one. And now we are 15 partners, and I'm proud to introduce Progress Time now as possible cooperation partner. We'll see what the future will lead into. In the next slide, we can see the overview of all the program we have. So basically, we had slide 3. Yes, we had around about 40 project ideas, and we try to bring them further in small groups, small operative groups. But some challenge, I think, we have to solve it on larger networks. And first of all, we started to the next slide, please, to figure out our core competencies. So basically, we have 5 companies here in the Brixen area, from Carnero to Bolzano. They are working on image capturing, and by combining future trends as people. Next slide, please. We created this co-vision lab dealing with 3D image capturing, deep sensing, deep learning, and we created even a chair for applied research in vision as general topic for image capturing. And based on that, as we was successful, we said, okay, maybe we have some other competences to bring in a competence center. And the next slide, please. We created also a new network. They are dealing with 3D printing, but 3D printing just on metallic parts. And this competence center add-on on the next slide is also focused to integrate the 3D printing technology in production lines, and that's a slightly new thing, I think. And afterwards, on slide 6, we can see that if you have a lightning tower, technology lightning tower, maybe you can get more high professionals, PhDs, etc. But here in our touristic region, we have it's not a challenge, but it's a really problem to give them support by onboarding, etc. And we created in the last 1.5 years. Next slide, please. We have created some welcome center business cases, but not just by resources. But we created some new service feasible to introduce in digital services, and which we try to figure out. So the first prototypes to get all the onboarding processes from different types of persons all around the world, how the workflows should work if they come here, how different it's the onboarding to Italy, and how different is the integration problem in this mountain region. Because not everyone here, especially in the agrar orientated area we have, it's open to integration. That's a social problem to solve. If you go to the next slide, and one issue, it's important to give some idea to the next generation what we are doing as companies, and we try to create some formats where entrepreneurs and people from the companies and the young people with PhD create a certain innovation community, and we are focused to give some professional education by doing, and all the stuff that in the scholar system it's a little bit difficult to implement. We try to do it additionally. Then a next project idea, next slide 8 please. It's to think about what AI, what globalization by meaning of migration, etc., of diversity, what in which job profiles that would lead. So it's a research topic. I think we should do it on a higher level, maybe on the European level. And then I come quickly to my business, orientated to construction industry. Every time in a certain ESG context, I think we have to. We did some first idea how we can create sustainable business models on the reuse of garbage, reuse centers interpreted as a company, with a certain business model.
I'm sorry.
We have.
You have 2 minutes left.
Okay, so that's an idea, project idea. The next one, it's very important to not just give the focus in building industry to CO2 saving, but what about urban mining? How we can capture finished part from old buildings? How we can manage this one with, on the next slide, as project idea, with certain platforms. So now we are on slide 12. I think a lot of slides for next idea. Yes, and then how we can design buildings, and not just in Europe but all over the world, with local local material supply. And then the last slides, the last idea, is to rethink completely buildings by the ideas of modularization, with interchangeable modules all over the world, maybe, or region by region, in order that we are more flexible, more flexible for the life cycle, not of the building, but the life cycle of this person living in the building. So that's my overview of over 10 projects. Maybe they find interest here in this network, and maybe yes, someone wants to get in touch with me. And that's all what I have to say for my introduction today. Thank you, and let's keep us in touch.
Thank you, Mr. Reifer.
We are delighted to introduce Dr. Giuseppe Scarpi, from Innovation Division, Business Development Manager at R2M Solution. Topic covered: AI-powered tools, your allies for a better, fairer workplace.
Okay, thank you, everybody. AI on the workplace. Well, I think that after all that we heard today, this may sound a bit strange, because normally when you think to AI and workplace, they don't get together very well. Normally, AI is something that steals our jobs, is unethical, is not transparent, and so how can this concept be together? And on the other hand, I'm very happy that the presentation before mine actually mentioned hiring, mentioned new jobs, new profiles. So this is the focus of my presentation. I will spend half of this to present R2M Solution, and then we will move on the main topics. So let's move on. R2M Solution, I don't expect that anyone in the audience know our company. it is not that small after all, because we are almost more than 100. We are located in 4 countries. R2M means research to market. So we try to move the best of research to the market. And as you can see, we have almost 100 research projects, mainly European projects. So we are very strong on the research. We are trying to push a bit more on the market. Okay, these are the branches. Headquarters is half an hour from Milan, is in Pavia. But we also have other branches in France, United Kingdom, and Spain. But what is R2M solution apart of the hard figures? I like to define it as an accelerator of innovation. So this is another paradox, because we are pushing something which is already fast innovation. Why? Because in our vision, in these 11 years of our life, we discovered that most of the research remains inside the research center, inside the university. Things are changing. Currently, we have spin-offs, we have convention between universities and companies, but we think that there is still work to do. We think to speak both languages, that of research and that of industry. Okay, as you may understand, I am more on the industry side, but there are very good colleagues also on the research side. And given that we speak both languages, we try to connect the dots, to put these two words in contact, sit on the same table, and if things go well, and normally they go, we can facilitate, accelerate, and lower these barriers and bring good research to the market. This is very fast because it's mainly advertising, let me say, but this is important to say that we rely on 2 different pillars, okay? On the left side, we have the strategic, the business part, okay? Strategic consultancy, digitalization consulting, and so on. This is more related to business person, business activities. But then we also have a very strong technical expertise on very specific topics. And maybe one of the most interesting for my speech today is natural language processing. We will spend a couple of words later. But now, let's finally move on the topic. Multicultural world of work. So we are talking about hiring. We are talking about human resources. We are talking about person who may actually work in a company, or could be students, and then we at a certain moment move on the world of work. And we are in a multicultural and multi-language world, and language is the first barrier. Okay, not only this, but everything starts from the very first moment when we have the job interview, when someone reads the CV, okay? Because the participation to many European projects related to this demonstrated us that in this moment, we begin to have misunderstanding, mistakes, and frustration on both sides, because the 2 parts speak different languages. And I'm not only speaking about Italian or English or any other languages. I'm talking about the fact that there is a cultural barrier, okay, and the consequences are obvious. Okay, then what has to do AI with all of this? AI has a lot to do with all of this, because AI can actually reduce the barriers. And why? And how? First of all, let's think, we discussed a lot of ChatGPT today. Okay, this is just one part of the big play. But let's think if we can communicate in native natural language process, okay, with a software, not with a person, but in some cases, this could be better because it may lower the linguistic barriers. The second, standardized skill categories. What does it mean? I can write my CV in 100, 1,000, 1 million ways, different. I can define myself in a lot of different ways. So how can I compare? How can I understand what I really can do? What are my skills? I need an inventory of standardized skill. And fortunately, European Union and United States in different times define these inventories. Transparency, explainability. Nothing to add on this. We discussed a lot today about this. And the fact that I use AI, okay, not everyone can agree, but for me, this will bring it to a reduction of cultural and personal biases. Because when I go to a job interview, maybe the person in front of me, or I, if I have to interview a person, may involuntarily introduce some personal biases. Okay. This is just to say what I already said, but this is mapped on the 4 phases of a job interview. All of this is under the cap of capacity building. Okay, but let's say that we can apply AI for the first moment in CV analysis, then in skill assessment. That is what I can do, what I am able to do. Skill gap detection. Okay, I'm not the perfect fit for the job, but what I miss. And when I know what I miss, how can I actually integrate my knowledge? And this is upskilling path. AI can cover all of this. And we have many examples. Okay, this is one of the examples. I said that we are very active in European projects. Well, you have an example here, Rare 2. In Rare 2, we are actually working with another Italian partner, which is called Requadro, on software, AI-based, that will actually assess the skills of the persons and personalize the training path. And say, okay, if you want to apply to this and this company for doing this and this job, you lack these skills. And I will explain you how you can acquire them. But we also have, as I said, research to market. Okay, this was research, and Avanti is our flagship, is market. Okay, we inherit a lot of good European research, and we are trying now to bring it on the market. Okay, I wouldn't like to make this slide as a sort of advertising, so I try to see the capacity of the tools from an objective point of view. So the first is that AI can actually reduce the barriers for the candidates because it can communicate in natural language, because the analysis of CV is fair, is bias-free. Okay, the CV could be a problem. In this case, the tool can have a voice or a text interview or both. Okay, we don't give for granted that everyone is able to write a CV, that everyone has actually a CV. Okay, and this is where AI can help you. And of course, we have an automatic analysis, but human revision. Human revision is important because otherwise it can introduce even further bias. And of course, the AI improves the objectiveness and the transparency because everything can be explained, everything can be reviewed, everything can be assessed. Okay, I'm concluding. This is my last slide. And so, yes, we think in R2M that AI can actually lower cultural obstacles, cultural barriers during the hiring process, during the upskilling process, when a student moves from school to world of work, by lowering language barriers, reducing the biases, both cultural and personal, be transparent, be explainable in the assessment, and this is also important, integrate and not replace the HR managers. And so the conclusion, the hope, let me say, is that AI and humans will work together for a better and fairer world of work. Will it work? I don't know. I hope so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are pleased to introduce Dr. Pasquale Brancaccio, General Manager at Company Incubator. Unfortunately, he can be here today, but we have a message to present Company Incubator. The video is in Italian with English subtitles.
So, before saying goodbye and hoping to see you again at our next cultural activities, I wanted to express special thanks for the support and cooperation to the associated partners who participated, included Ethiopian Airlines, Chamber of Cooperation Italo-Araba, Australia Italy Business Association, Incubatore Campano, R2M Solution, Hinno by Michael Reifer, Heritage Mert Lab of Basilicata Creativa. I wish everyone a peaceful Christmas holiday. Thank you.